There we go. Okay, cool. Oh, thanks, EJ. By the way, how's my audio? Let me play a sound. What sound am I gonna play? All right, I don't know. Let's play this. How loud is this? Or can you not even hear it? Is that good? Because I messed up my audio on Minecraft Day. It was quiet. Did it sound like it was coming through my speakers or my... Hang on a second. Oh, maybe this is why I was quiet. Let me do this. All right, here, I'll play the sub sound even though no one's subscribing. Is that good? I assume that's the normal level. Anyway, hey everybody. Echo, Endorn, EJ, ProSam, Vito, Hideo, Botland Bot, Noob. Yeah, Echo, it wasn't a very good stream to watch. It was fun to take part in, but man, the stream was all over the place. Because it was hard to even respond to people I hadn't played before. So there are some things I want to do. Clean up my to-do list, of course, I guess. But today, make a today document. Hey, yo. Monday, Adam is back from his burnout vacation. Please read this. Now, I want to upload something, so let's go type out the something. What did I play? We played Sky Factory 3, and yeah, it was just all over the place, like I said. So many mods. I don't think at the end that really anyone kind of had an idea of what was going on. Okay. Monday. Well, I guess I'll just write what previewing Markdown failed. Post burnout. Adam 13531. Have you ever played Craft the World? No, what is that? Sandbox strategy game, mix of Dungeon Keeper Terraria, Dwarf Fortress. It sounds good. I'll look at it after. I'll look at it afterward. It does look like a combination of those games. But I should check it out at least. EJ, were those the first bits you cheered? Did you get those from ads? I hate Liquidor. So, okay, so for those of you who don't know, Adam had been saying... I don't want to say this in the third person. I've been saying that I wanted a vacation. I don't know how to make a timestamp in Adam, so we're gonna do this here. How many more private repos have you got? Now Adam's converted to Adam. You're asking EJ that. I just saw it was highlighted for me. Oh, okay, EJ. Yeah, you didn't have the badge. I guess you're hiding it. Hey, Pawn. So I've been saying that I had been saying that I wanted a vacation for a couple of weeks, and I was originally planning on taking it on April 11th. so that I could play ukulele. Didn't actually launch on Switch yet. By the way, one other piece of news that you guys probably don't care about too much. I got a new chair. Check this out. It's got a very thick cushion on it, and also it's ergonomic, so I can move armrests and like slide them backward and forward somehow. And anyway, everything can move on it. So I think this should be much better than the dining room chair that I was sitting in. Hey, Banan. What's this particle splashing thingy? This is, I think it's called Activate Power Mode in Atom. Ugly chair? Yeah, it's ugly. I wouldn't say it's a good looking chair, but it feels good to sit in, and that's all I really care about. Is that the surprise you mentioned a couple weeks ago? The surprise I mentioned was probably the April Fool's Day thing. I would need a little more context on it, but it was probably that video and just generally this stream. Hey, Sound of Gaming. Okay, yeah. So here's what's happening today so far. Let me write this down. There. Yes, I mentioned April Fool's Day. I hadn't had a vacation since December. Well, a real day off since December. And I noticed that my productivity was starting to decrease. Yeah, Echo, the only thing I could think that was the April Fool's Day thing. I guess by context I meant, I guess I need to know exactly when that was. Man, what was it? What else could it have been? I think it was that. Oh, wait, no. I think I know what it is. Oh, yeah, I think I still have that surprise for you guys. Thanks, Hideo. No, yeah, I know what it is. And it hates Evil a lot. And no, I'm not going to be using Atom for good. I'm using this because it has a markdown preview. Okay, Echo, I know what it was, and I still can't share it with you. But it's a nice surprise. I think the majority of the people in the stream will like it, but can't share it yet. Okay, so last week on April 18th, April 11th, I mean. Yeah. I think my burnout hit a and I took medication for the rest of the week. I did next to nothing as far as productivity goes. So today, April 17th, I am planning on doing a full programming stream again, but I'm not sure that I've had enough time off to be able to return to my usual schedule. Here's the deal. If when I get back from lunch, I feel like I can't focus, then I'll probably make all streams this week. And I'll probably limit the streams this week to 6 hours each instead of 8 hours. No, I don't use Atom now. Man, I really shouldn't. I shouldn't even be typing in here apparently because everyone is confused. Liquidor, did you start from scratch though? Because it sounds frustrating to have to start from scratch. Also, hey, Fatality. Yeah, so I think this will clarify a little bit about what happened last week because people are probably confused. And also today, so for those of you who weren't just reading off my screen, I take my lunch break at about the 3 or 4 hour mark in the stream, and then I come back and I do another 4 hours or whatever's left in the 8-hour day. Today, I think what's going to happen is... Oh, T-Bot, thanks for resummon. Just use Atom on Electron on Bash on syscall translation on Linux on Windows. Yeah, well, EJ said I should give Hyper a try again. That might be the best that I do. Yeah, so today, when I get back from lunch, if I'm not feeling it, then I'm not going to push myself. I'm just going to say, that's it. I'm streaming for 6 hours a day this week. And then maybe I'll do some work after the stream on my own or something. But this is kind of what I'm planning, at least. And I think this is a good middle ground of like burnout and taking vacation. So yeah, what we'll do is we'll export to HTML. Save as, I don't even know, burnout.html. And we'll set the title here. Wait a second, there's a better way to do this. Hey, Voice of Grog, and hey, Radon. Here it is. There. Now, when we export to HTML, it'll just have that in there. I think that worked. It doesn't really matter whether it works or not. Okay, so show in Explorer, and let's upload this, and then let's set up the today command, fix up the to-do list, and then get back to where we left off last week, which was with React and Redux. So I'm just uploading this right now off screen, and we're done. Hey, Vegeta. Yeah, I think it's generally been tough to do those kinds of streams. The other thing is my lunch break is usually like 25 minutes or something, 30 minutes. I know I set the timer for longer than that, but that doesn't mean that I'm actually taking that long. Okay, so this part's done. So URL is going to be http bot.land share with others / burnout.html. Adam's making Windows sound effects. Today he'll be working on the tasks from last week involving the salvage UI and React / Redux. Hey, Monadic Bind, thanks. Can we trade Adam in for the new model? Can I trade myself in for the new model? So clean up to-do list. I don't think there's too much to do here. I had made a plan for last week, which is now destroyed because last week was a flop. So this really becomes this. I guess we get rid of the, so Delcom 300. How do I feel today? I mean, I feel good, but I felt good at the start of Tuesday's stream too, which Tuesday's stream was the day that I just totally collapsed and burnt out and then stopped streaming for 4 days. So I'm hoping things go well, but that's why I said I want that middle ground of if I don't feel good after lunch, I'm going to just only stream for 6 hours today instead of 8. And by the way, so I mean, you guys know math, but I would normally do 32 hours a week. By doing 6 hours a week, I'm cutting out pretty much an entire workday, so I feel like it's a good compromise. Hey, Mr. Cheap. So yeah, so this becomes the week of April 17th. Audio, we'll still get to at some point. This, I don't think test defense option is going to happen yet. But then we're going to start to work on walls and pits this week. So here's what I think this week is going to be about. Audio might not even happen. Like I said, I got some of the sound effects. I played those for you guys last week. They're a bit more. I haven't heard back from the sound designer in a little while. Just communication's been a little bit tough lately with the burnout and the just back and forth of email. What is this math you speak of? So yeah, the only other thing to clean up on the to-do list is this, which is basically just change this number to 17. Because I didn't do anything last week. We merged a branch back, which I'm not even going to save on the list. Let's just delete that. So that puts us at here. This is exactly where I left off, which was to figure out what's going on with this. I wrote this stuff down. I think I made a note in OneNote. Let me find this for you guys. Yeah, here it is. So I wrote down all this stuff. The problem, yeah, let me resize this stuff. That way you guys can read this nicely. There. Yeah, so originally I wanted to simplify how I'm passing in props to components that appear in multiple containers. So what I was trying to do is I have this UI. Let me show you guys. I have this at the top here. This header that you see, so there's a report bug button, your money, how many packs you have, blah, blah, blah. If you click store, you see that same header here, but it's being contained by a different page. So this is the store page, and if we go back, we're on the news page, which news just doesn't happen to have a title on it, but that's fine. But anyway, anything you click up here, like settings, for example, which I just never coded, I need to pass those functions into each page, and I didn't want to have to do that. So the way that this looks in React is like this. I have an open settings menu passed in here. And then in the avatar page, an open settings menu passed in here. And then on the store page, open settings menu. And it's just repeated code that I don't want to have. So we were talking about how to fix this last time. And that's when I rage quit the stream. So we need to actually fix it. I haven't given any thought to this since then. I wanted my vacation days to be as vacation-y as possible. Hey, Snipe. I think you're looking for follow age. So I wrote down at the bottom of this conclusions. I want to just read through this note one more time so that I've got context again, and you guys can read along if you want to. Yeah. So I just explained this. I've got a bunch of things, and I have this repeated code here and here and here. The real issue is that I need to pass in some instantiated state. Yeah. Okay. So Hideo actually wrote up a solution that I think is pretty good. It might be what I end up going with here, which is basically there's middleware that I install in Redux. And when it notices that there is request as a function, it just calls it with my API client. And that's it. So that's a pretty simple solution. I think it would be doable. But there was some other stuff I wanted to investigate here too. Did you beat Yooka-Laylee? So I didn't even play Yooka-Laylee. Part of I probably didn't make that clear in the burnout thing. But I backed it on Kickstarter. And I chose that my payout would be on the Switch basically. So I know it came out for other platforms, but the Switch version isn't out yet. Also, I don't know if there's a release date for that. It's pretty frustrating. Did they announce anything yet? See how all these links are purple? I've been trying to find information about this. Yeah, it says release date April 11th for just these platforms. Hey, Mitchell. It's too bad. I want to play the game. I don't want to buy it a second time. Also, my wife was supposed to be gone this weekend, but long story short, she couldn't make the trip. Or anyway, yeah, that's a long story short. So that was another thing is I didn't want to play it over the weekend originally on PC or something because I wasn't planning on my wife being there and I wanted to show her the game too. But then I had the Minecraft stream this weekend. But yeah. Anyway, conclusions I wrote. Trying Redux Saga may not be a bad idea. And you see how this impacts the code and what benefits I could derive from it. And then just getting my API client to Redux would probably solve this issue. So this is definitely true. Just doing this part, which is what Hideo's example was about, would probably be sufficient for this. No, Voice of Grog. The party was the Minecraft stream. I do want to look up a little bit more about Redux Saga versus Redux Thunk. There was a lot of reading to do. What's a middleware in Redux? So middleware in Redux allows you to dispatch events and just have them automatically connect to certain things. So for example, typically in Redux, you have something like export function increment counter, and you say amount, and you return something that has a type. So this is an action, and this is pretty similar to what you've seen in Elm from what I understand. I haven't actually used Elm. So type would be something like increment counter, and amount would just be amount. And so what this would do is nothing. It would just indicate that you're supposed to increment the counter, and then a reducer would handle it. Well, what if you wanted to return a function? So if you had something like this that eventually did something. Well, in order to handle a function instead of just an object, there's middleware called Redux Thunk that lets you pass in a function, and it will resolve the state for you. So what if we added middleware that looked like this? So I'll put this in here. Here's what this looks like. So we would have middleware, this API middleware, and this API middleware would take in our current state and dispatch that we have, and it would check to see, do we have a request on that action? If so, then we do a bunch of stuff down here. If not, just return the next thing. And yeah, Voice of Grog, I know. I think it's great. So I think the next couple of things to do here, it's still figure out what I'm going to do about Redux Saga. I think I should investigate more about what the differences are, what the benefits are over Redux Thunk. Hey John Coot, I'm doing well. How are you doing? Also, I don't think Redux Saga lets me do anything different from Redux Thunk. I think it's just doing it in a different way. But I don't think it allows me to accomplish something I couldn't have already accomplished. And sure, Beauty Queen. Who won Minecraft? Yeah, so let's see. One other solution might be have your API client in the React context. Import your Redux actions in the header through a higher order component, which get the API client through the context. Yeah, I think having it in middleware is also fine. Like, I think as far as quicker goes, it sounds like including your first solution versus including this is probably going to be on the order of minutes. I don't mind spending a few more minutes doing this. I think if it were to take days, it'd be different. Yeah, Mitchell, I see some people still do that as a carryover from the old ways. But yeah, in general, I don't think people do that. In Fatality, Twitch cuts out double spaces, so presumably you put double spaces everywhere, but Twitch doesn't actually. Yeah, you realize that. Okay. Radon, were you talking about this README? Because I'm pretty sure I have read through this. I just wanted to see what other people had to say. Okay, yeah, you were. Also, counterexamples. Counterexample is an English word that means an example going against what you have here. But these are examples of counters. Oh, I find that funny. Yeah, alright, let's read through the README then. I'm just going to catch up on this stuff. Because I don't know how worthwhile it would be to try this out in a portion of Botland or to switch everything over to it. Where's the start of this? Here we go. Thread can be started, paused, canceled. Yeah, so I've read through this stuff before. I may not get the whole issue as I'm still totally confused about Saga and what it has to do with anything in the issue. So Hideo, this is separate from the issue, me using Redux Saga, but as long as I already have this mental context, I was thinking if I'm going to switch to this, now would be the time to do it, I think. Do you have problem dealing with side effects and callback? I don't think so. So if we go take a look at something like this. Where is it? Yeah, there's some like very simple flow most of the time, which is basically, hey, you pressed a button in the UI. So it's going to say, it's going to call out to the account server. And then it needs to do something else. And if it fails, it needs to do something. But in general, this isn't too complex. And even something like this. Where is this? Here it is. It only helps you keep your code cleaner. Yeah. That's what I was thinking, is that this doesn't necessarily let me do something that I couldn't do already. And yeah, I think having this in a Botland example would be nice. Something I don't like about using generators is that you need try catcher on everything, whereas it's sort of implicit in promises. So the thing is, I don't end up with callback problems here because I use promises for everything, but I still feel like it's not obvious when a function returns a promise instead of nothing. That's not obvious. Huh. Hey, Fixable. So yeah, I guess this isn't totally necessary. So I'll just write this down then. Redux Saga doesn't really play into the original issue. I was looking at it because use async and await. Then yeah, Fixable, you've been in the stream a bunch of times, right? Yeah, it's JavaScript. Right, Radon, but you'd still need, if you have something that can fail, you still need to put try catches around this, right? Like await, do something, and then catch an error, and then do something here. That's all I was getting at. I think, oh, you're just saying instead of using coroutines, but you still need try catch around async and await, right? It doesn't matter. I don't think I'm going to use this because I figured that as long as I had context around these issues, that it may be worth switching. But I think it's a totally separate area. Redux Saga would let me, might as well just paste this in, would let me deal with callback slash async code more easily. Which, is that more or less what this says? Okay, so I think this is what threw me off a bit. So the asynchronous part I'm not really having issues with, but the impure part I was, where calling things from the account server, for example. So we can try Hideo's example here. Let's take another look at this. We don't need this. We don't need that. Yeah, so here was Hideo's example, just format it a little bit more. It's just function composition with your dispatch function. So Redux Thunk is that way, I feel. But Monadic Binder, are you familiar with middleware in something like Express? Because middleware in general is just function composition. You get middleware that could be something like this, like add 2, subtract 5, and you pass in a bunch of things, and then you run some number through all this middleware, and you're gonna add 2 to get 7, and then subtract 5 to get 2, and you'll go through something like this. So just compose a bunch of functions like you said. So that's middleware in general. For Redux, I was trying to explain earlier, I guess, what the purpose of the middleware would be, like why you would want to compose functions. So I think I answered the wrong question earlier. But yeah, you're right. This is just what this is. Gotcha. Yeah. Then yeah, you're correct on what this is. Yeah, middleware is just you have some starting value, then you run through middleware function number 1, number 2, number whatever, and then you get your final value. And so the way this looks when you're using web calls is actually really nice, because you can do something like this. Let's say I want someone, when they call get on users, to be able to do something. Well, there's actually some steps before that can even take place. So all of this array specifies my middleware. So for example, in order to get a user, I need to make sure that you have a valid token. I need to throttle you, and I need to, actually in this case, require that you're an administrator basically. But anyway, all this is done in middleware so that by the time you get to the real function, get users, you got just your simple function here, and you know that you already validated a bunch of stuff first. Hey, Skylord and Hyperion. And Folk. And I'm doing well. Isn't middleware supposed to ensure compatibility between different devices? I think you're thinking of something else, Makai. I think you're... Yeah, I'm not sure what you're thinking of exactly. So, by the way, this is... The term middleware could mean different things in different contexts. Just like software, when I talk about botland, sometimes you'll hear me talk about hardware, which is things like lasers, missiles, and whatever else. And every once in a while I'll say software, and this is your code, as opposed to software on your computer, which is, you know, programs that you're running. They're pretty similar, but still in a different context, a word can mean two different things. So yeah, you might be talking about a different kind of middleware. Hey, Pecking Bird. So these types, I want to take a look at how these types get used. We have, oh, I see. Well, Pecking Bird and Botland, that's what hardware is. Lasers and missiles. Yeah, this makes sense to me. Okay. I think we can try this. So let's close out of this and let's write down a couple of things. I am not going to use sagas for now. I don't know exactly how they'll help me. Well, how much they'll help me. But it's not really the solution to what I'm working on now. Yeah, I think this is a good... Oh, did you see that? Oh, that's not there anymore. Anyway, there's a new thing in Sublime Linter. Let me see if I can find a place where I can show you. Yeah, you can now hover over here and it'll tell you in a pop-up what's wrong. That was not the case before. So this is pretty helpful. Okay. Do you even have a mouse? Yeah, I do. You can see it off to the very upper left of the keyboard camera. And you can see that there are a lot of lights on it and that they're changing colors. The mouse that I have is a G600. So it's got 12 thumb buttons on it. Is that Sublime Text 3? Yeah, I've been using it for a couple of months, a few months. I didn't realize you could just use Sublime Text 3 if you have a Sublime Text 2 license. I thought you had to pay for it again, which is why I hadn't switched. Otherwise, I would have switched sooner if I'd realized it was free. In the Pecking Bird, my opinion on Atom is that it's a good text editor. I think customizing it to be exactly like Sublime is more difficult than you'd think. But then again, customizing any text editor to be exactly like any other text editor is usually almost impossible. For example, there's something in Sublime that I want out of Atom that I can't get, or at least I don't think I can get, where let's say I do something like this. Let's say I've got a bunch of the word something written out. So one of the features of Sublime is multiple cursors, and I can select a couple of these and then skip a couple and then select a couple and then skip a couple and select a couple. So that's great. Atom can do that too. But Sublime has something called soft undo. So I haven't modified any text. If I do a soft undo here, I'm actually going to undo my selections, which is really helpful because every once in a while you'll be like, I want the first 5 of these. And you'll be like, oops, I got 6 of them. And you can just undo and get back to however many you want. And now I've got 5 of them here. And I cannot figure out how to do that in Atom. I don't think it's possible. And most people probably don't care. Most people probably don't even use soft undo. But it's something I've gotten used to, and now I don't know what to do. Do I just drop it if I want to use Atom? Do I not use Atom? So my solution for now is just don't use Atom. So incorporate Hideo's. Hey Linux. So that is here. Visual Studio Code has undo cursor. Yeah, so it's not just an undo cursor. If you type text and you hit soft undo, it actually becomes a hard undo at that point. So it's kind of both. Decoy Joe. This makes the most sense since my problem was just getting my API surface to everything in Redux. So folk, I kind of think that's what happened this last week. This problem that I'm trying to solve isn't massive, and Hideo actually really already solved it. But there was enough going through my head, enough stress already, that I just couldn't focus. So I think what Monadic Vine said of taking a break is a good idea. Sometimes stopping for the day is a good idea, and honestly, sometimes just taking a vacation is what you need. But almost all of those involve not working on the problem anymore. You kind of passively work on it by tossing over the problem in your head. So yeah, that's my suggestion for now. I think there are other strategies for dealing with it. You could involve somebody else, for example, and try to get them to help you with it. That can work too, depending on the issue. No breaks and no stop. Hey, relax, oh man. Sounds like the opposite of your name. Yeah, so as far as incorporating the solution, here's the tab we've got. This would just be middleware. We could just save this. Where does this go though? It's gotta go in here somewhere. Probably in store. Configure store. I'm guessing it would go here. Let's put this here. We'll put something like API middleware.js. And then let's go into configure store and figure out how this works. We have this, apply middleware thunk. We don't have another middleware, but we're going to make one. Did you give a look at Redux API as suggested by Hideo? I don't think I saw that. When did Hideo suggest this? Because this seems pretty good. Hey, Iconics. I'm doing well. And Svenhoff. Svenhoff, the thing that talks about that is the today command. In the initial B paste? Oh. Okay. Good to hear. What's your game about? So my game is in... Oh, whoops. I loaded up this video. I sent you this video. It's an online strategy game that deals with automation. So you make robots. You can kind of write scripts for them or write code if you want to. And then they do battle. And normally it'd be online and playable. Today I'm going to steer away from that for a bit until I get a grip on what's going on again. I wasn't really online for most of last week, and I want to just settle into the stream again. I think the Hacker 2 video explains it better. So this is used 7,500 times in the last month. That's not a ton, so I want to see, is there some other Redux API middleware that's used more frequently than this? Which one am I looking at right now? This is the one by Lexic. I don't even see that over here. Oh, there it is. 85, but updated 2 weeks ago. So some of these more toward the top have a higher score, like this. How many times is this used? 27,000 times. What about this? 28. Okay, well, anyway, I want to take a look at some of these and just see what kind of the differences are. And you write your own code on how they attack or move? Yeah, you write your own code. You don't have to write code, though. That's why I said you make scripts. So you can do it visually. If I want to... Here, I'll just start from scratch. I'll show you this. So we'll make a bot that has lasers and missiles, and we'll make a new script here that says something like, try firing your lasers, try firing your missiles, and try just moving randomly after that. So here's my script. I didn't have to write any code. This is really simple. And I can create this and hit test, and you can see they're moving randomly. They're firing lasers, they're firing missiles. So they're doing exactly what they were told to do. At no point can I click them and be like, move up, 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 up. You can't do that. So they work based on the automation you gave them. And no, it's JavaScript. Serialize.js, the thing from Yahoo. Okay. Yeah, Iconics, if you want to try it out, I think tomorrow it'll be online for everybody to play. Usually it's online, just not today. And actually, after some amount of time, I'm going to have to start paying again. Good old AWS free tier. If I remember correctly, Redux Promise middleware does the same thing too. Well, I'll take a look at some of these. Standard API calling actions. Yeah, there are a bunch of these modules. Have endpoint method types. This is not what I want. This is for something like a REST API call. That's definitely standard. I can't do that. Yeah, because I don't necessarily have endpoint and so I think this one's out. Generates actions and reducers for making AJAX calls to API endpoints. Is this always... This isn't even necessarily for communicating with the backend. For something like opening the settings menu, that's just doing something on the client. I just didn't want to have to pass this all over the place. So I guess there's two parts to this. There were really two problems. I should probably write this over here too. There were technically two problems to solve though. One was... Oh wait. It depends on how you phrase this, that it could just be one problem. Yeah, alright, well I'll write this down anyway. One was getting my API to the components themselves so that I don't need to pass in bound functions on the account server REST client. And the other was reducing the amount of duplicated code. For example, well, I think that's it. Alright, see you, Monetic. Bye. Have a good day at work. Is this one I'd already looked at? Yeah. Thank you, Monetic Vine. So one of the issues with this, if I go back to here, request, I get a client and I say client.get. I guess this could really just be an API. Like, here's what I could do. I could say something like get user script, and it has a request and it takes in an account server REST client and returns this dot fetch script. Well, I guess there'd have to be a script ID or something here. The Peckingbird, it doesn't unless you enable it. You can enable it depending on what variety of Linux you're using. But also, I don't think that really matters of whether or not it's possible for the sake of that video. It was just supposed to be something funny. This is what I did here. Well, what if we wanted this sort of thing? Fetch script if necessary. Okay. Hey, Andre. Huh. Yeah. So fetch, fetch success, fetch fail. So we need to include this in configure store. Configure store is called from here, I think. Yeah, but we could only do this after we've set up the account server REST client. Otherwise, the middleware can't be set up correctly. Okay, let's take a look. So first thing we need to do is configure the Redux store with the new middleware and try calling class transformer. Plain 2 class users. Interesting. Huh. They wrote this wrong. They said now you can use users 0.getName. You actually can't. You use real users 0.getName. I mean, it doesn't matter too much, but it's a little bit confusing because you'd think it would modify the original. Anyway, as far as configuring the store, one of the things we need to do here then is make sure we're not trying to use the store before we set up the account server REST client. I can't imagine that's, yeah, here. This happens very early on. So if it works, then we can set up our Redux store here. If it doesn't work, then this part definitely won't work. Or we could set it up first and then set the account server client later. Because what if we ever want to be able to play offline? I guess we need to know that we're offline. Let me see. So in general, here's what I'm thinking about. We export this API middleware. So I say import this from API middleware, and then we use this here. I don't know if it should go first or second. I don't think it matters too much. And this would have to take in the account server REST client. So that's how this would look. The problem is we don't necessarily have this. And by the time we've gotten to this middleware, that's it. I guess we're done. Alternatively, we could pass in a function that gets us that. Yeah, that's probably a better idea. So instead of this, it would be get account server REST client function. And then this would take in the get client function. And then we can say client equals get client function. Because maybe it wouldn't exist. And then over here, when we do configure store, we change this entirely. Oh man. Yeah, we gotta change all of these instances. Granted, we can just blanket change them, that's fine. Where else do we just use store? Yeah, only inside this main class, which makes sense. So configure store, and then we need to pass in a function. Where is this? Initial state is actually the first thing. We don't have an initial state though, so I guess we just get rid of that. Yeah, I don't think that matters. So we pass in initial state of nothing. So we'll say this dot setup redux store. I like having functions for these things. There. So initial state, and we'll say get account server rest client function equals a function that returns this dot account server rest client. There we go. So there's something else I want to try really quickly here. I think I know how this works, but I need to just test it. Test binding.js. So if we make a class, let's say we have this class main constructor, this dot client. Hey G240, hey sick. And good to be back. And I'm doing a lot better. Yeah, I feel pretty good. I think taking a vacation was really important. It had been about 4 months without a vacation. And yeah, I wrote up a little doc there that talks about this. It's just 3 paragraphs. The only important paragraph is the third one. I said that if I get back from lunch and I'm not feeling great, then I'm going to limit the streams this week to 6 hours a day instead of 8 hours a day. So we'll see how that goes. And hey, Artanos. So let's try something. This dot client equals null. And we're going to make a function here that is, how should I do this? Let function equals null. Function equals this dot client. This is some Iron Fist level Zen talk. So we make a new main, and then we just call function, and we print out what this is. So this will be null. So I expect this to print null. And yeah, Hebinatori, this is JavaScript. So node test binding, yeah, that's null. So now we try something different here. We do this. We do set timeout. Main dot client equals hello world. Like I said, I'm pretty sure I know what's going on here. I just want to make absolutely certain, and this is how we test it. And then we call this with the 500 millisecond wait. So now we call it and it says hello world. Great, that's what I expected. Just want to make sure. Hey Simon. And because of that, what that means is that we can call into the store even though we don't necessarily have the account server REST client yet. So I like this. I think this makes sense. So this gets passed into there. So now we have a way in the API middleware, we have a get client function. Did you end up playing Yooka-Laylee? No, it's not out on the Switch yet, so I can't play it yet because I bought the Switch version. It just isn't out yet. And fetch user thingy, this is an example that Hideo wrote, so he wasn't trying to like exactly copy the API setup that I have. So yeah, we can get rid of this stuff and fetch that. Cool. having a function change the first step of the middleware though? Oh, because what, this used to be client? Wait, yeah, I don't see what you're talking about. Because I have a function here. I don't see what you mean by it changes the first step of the middleware. Because what I do is I get the client from the function passed in, and then I call request with that client that was got. And yeah, EJ, I actually do have switch issues. The left Joy-Con has really bad connectivity problems. It was to the point where I had to play Zelda sitting practically next to the console. That was pretty frustrating. Hey, Ross. Okay, so the middleware doesn't need to go here. Yeah, okay, cool. All right, got it there. Okay. Also, don't you need to make sure it returns a valid client? Yeah. I think what I could do here is I could say something like this. First of all, we need Lodash here. Next, I could say something like if is nil client, then we want to throw an error. Do you actually throw any errors from here? No, but I think we just say throw new error. Attempting to use an undefined so if your Redux hey Howbite, how's it going? You know, every time I read your name, it reminds me of the Secret of Mana enemy, Rabite. Which apparently if you search for... Oh my god, seriously? Was it not called Rabite? What? Why is this not producing more results? Oh, it's 1B. Well, anyway, every time I say your name, this is what I think of. They're very cute enemies. Okay, so if a Redux action requires the API client, then we need to make sure it was set. I've got to put a comment here eventually to make sure I comment why there's a function passed in instead of the return value of that function. It's because it won't necessarily be set by the time we create the store. For example, if there's a problem creating REST client, we still need to show errors in the UI. Yeah, and this is just a to-do item. So before I check in, I got to make sure, make sure that I've clarified the comment in API middleware.js. Castle City Jad. I don't remember this at all. Oh, that's not from Secret of Mana. That's why I don't remember that. Seiken Densetsu 3. I did not play this game. Okay, so this stuff is all right. Oh, how about that keyboard is still here. I can't really use it on stream because I'm not that good at it yet. Like, my typing is probably as fast as it is on this keyboard now, but my programming is not nearly as fast. So Hideo, you're using a syntax here that I've never really used. Your dot then is passing in two arguments. What I would normally have is my then handler, and then also an error handler. How is it that the error handler isn't just here? I don't tend to do this syntax. JavaScript promise syntax. Or am I unfulfilled, unrejected? Yeah, why? Why? Why is there an unrejected here? Okay, Sky Blue. What are you eating today? Yeah, weird. Am I... That's for the negative response by the API? But the promise wouldn't know there's a negative response. It would only know if you threw. Some API returns errors. Am I... No, I tell you what I eat now. Ever since I shared that I went to India in December, I don't mind telling you what I eat. I mean, most of the time, I don't mind. If this is on the client, you can use async and await too instead. So it is on the client, but I still just need to understand this syntax. So I should probably make this look like how it looks over here, huh? This should be unnecessary. Does your client support an error in that case? So this get client function that I'm eventually going to be calling isn't necessarily going to be reaching out to a server. It probably will be. I know, EJ, I don't think it's sent twice. Hey, Numers. It's not specific to Botland where I wrote it, it's just an example. Yeah, I can call commands from JavaScript like in Python. You using something like Node.js, if you just look at something like shell command, you should find something here. Yeah, run cmd. What do they use? Spawn. You can look into something like this. This is common syntax, but this isn't the syntax I'm talking about. I'm talking about passing in a success and an error function. This is chaining a success and an error function. Hey, I'm Perry. Also, this syntax is something I never end up using. I gotta figure out what this does. So we're returning a function that returns an action. No, that doesn't make any sense. Man, I do not use this. I've got to decipher this. Hey, Japanese spider crab. And what am I working on? I'm working on some of the stuff that I'd started last week. In general, it's this issue that I had up here. To put it just a little bit more simply than what's written here, I had a lot of duplicated code and I wanted to remove the duplication. This was coming from Redux. And I have some API calls that I want to make easier from Redux. So right now, the way that I do things is pretty obnoxious. I bind a bunch of functions that I need from Redux so that I can just pass functions around. But it's frustrating to have to do that all the time. That's currying. This is one of those things that I've read probably now 4 times in my life and just always forget. Oh, partial application of a function's arguments. Okay, yeah, I got it. So this is the only part that I'm a little confused about now, which is, should I include something like this? I guess this could be helpful if you ever want to show a loading bar or something for kind of your entire application. So let's say I need to reach out to the account server to fetch a script, but I also need to reach out to fetch items, for example. But then this wouldn't necessarily work. Well, there's one other issue, which is you might have a problem with whatever application you wrote using this, right? Because if you dispatch 2 of these actions, you're going to have the same issue where you'll say app is fetching. So let's say you dispatch 2 actions here. You'll dispatch app is fetching, and you'll dispatch app is fetching, and then one will finish, and you'll dispatch app is not fetching. So I guess you'd need a reference counter for this sort of thing, where you basically have like fetch count 0, and then here you say fetch count 1, fetch count 2, and then fetch count goes back to 1. So you know that you're fetching something, I guess. That's probably how this works. Hey, Spurman, welcome back. Yeah, I was telling Programmer D about the Minecraft stream. He said, was Shirtman there? I said no. The counters and the reducer. Okay, yeah, that's what I figured. I see. Hey, Narcos. Haven't seen you in a while. And I've been better overall. One of the things I wrote about in the Today command was this burnout feeling that I've had. I actually meant to talk to other streamers about this who are in creative. Because Narcos, I don't know what your schedule is. I don't know if you felt this before. But man, I definitely felt it pretty powerfully last week that I just couldn't do more. I think I just need to take more consistent vacation time. So if I want, I could also have something like, you know what I should do? I should include the bpace this originally came from. Much of this file was adapted from Hideo's original bpaste here. There we go. Can you make a website with a host and a domain name from scratch without any outside companies like GoDaddy? I don't know how registering domain names works. This is like, here's what I imagine it's similar to. It's like, can you file your taxes on your own? Like, yes, you can, but do you know as much about tax laws as an accountant does? And in some cases, it doesn't matter. You could set it up pretty easily. But I don't know what goes on with the legal part of setting up a domain name. I think you just register with ICANN or something, right? But anyway, yeah, I'm not totally sure about that. As far as hosting goes, yeah, you can totally do that on your own. Been away for quite a while now. Had some family issues. Stopped streaming for a while. It's been almost 4 months. Oh man, well, sorry to hear about the family issues. Yeah, I wonder, I mean, everyone has a different work-life balance, and I think it also matters what's going on in real life, and I guess also how productive you are. But yeah. Yeah, okay. Alright, if I want, I could also have something like app is fetching and then keep track of how many outgoing requests there are on the from a reducer. So I don't think I necessarily need this or this. Wait, how does this work? Oh, it can just be a return value. Okay. So in this particular case, we just need an error handler. So this won't be on fulfill. This will be something like catch error. Oh, nice, Narcos. Okay. Yeah, I think what's nice is that I took a vacation for a month in December, and when I came back, actually stream stats were higher than before I left. And I know Latch took a vacation for 6 months, and he came back, and I think everything was fine. So I think that's a good thing, is that you can take a vacation for however long you want, or not vacation, but a leave of absence, and you'll still have your viewers when you get back. Okay, so I gotta figure out how I want to write this, because I don't necessarily have my API. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter. See, Hideo, I guess part of what I was asking about is how is the reject handler and then different from the reject handler that the catch would get? I guess this could also produce an error and then it would get caught and catch. Oh, my sub for last week prorated. Take it up with Twitch. See, I want to try this out. Let's go into test promise. So if I have some function here, I'm not doing Ludum Dare. I don't think I'm ever doing Ludum Dare. Throw new error, hello world. And I say foo. I guess I need something like this. Return or promise.resolve dot then return foo. Result error. So this is a then error. We also want a catch error. Hey Sorcerer. Yeah, back to streaming. Hopefully things are back to normal. Huh. Yeah, I guess it's only if this threw an error. Throw new error catch. Yeah, that's what I thought. Huh. Interesting. What does this mean then for me? Working on a website / web app for a couple weeks. Is it a good move to put all the source code on GitHub publicly? The site won't ever be going live. Simon, I think that's your call. I think putting it on GitHub and not worrying about it it has some benefits. But if you're worried, you can always put it on something like Bitbucket and make it private and then later make it public if you want by actually just changing it on Bitbucket too, but also switching to GitHub if you want. So you don't have anything to lose by starting private and then going public when you want. You do have something to potentially lose by starting public and then realizing, whoops, didn't mean to do whatever I did. So for example, here are the things, especially as a streamer, one of the things that you do a lot is leak keys, passwords, data, anything like that. So something that EJ has said on stream a couple times, there was someone who went through GitHub and tried to find AWS keys that were in plain text, and they would use these to spin up Bitcoin miners using these keys. So some people would log in the next day and see that their AWS charge was like $10,000 in the last day because someone just spawned a bunch of EC2 instances. So this is something that can't happen if you have a private repo, or at least not as easily. Oh, Sorcerer, welcome. Thanks for subbing. So just be careful. I'd say start off private, and then you can always reevaluate later. What's the current state of Botland? Sorry for the silly question, been away for long. The current state is that we're preparing for alpha. We are here. So here are the features remaining for beta. Or sorry, we're preparing for beta. Here are the features remaining for beta. And then there's a lot of other things like animation and polish and other things. Narcos, had you been working on your game in the last 4 months? I know you said you weren't streaming, but were you still working on the game at all? And also, where are you at in your development? Aw. Thank you too. Yeah, I meant preparing for beta. So I want to return this. There. Are the lights flickering whenever someone subs? Yeah. It's whenever someone subs, whenever someone cheers, and whenever someone does flashbang. Aw, thanks, Sorcerer. And Jute, Narcos said he'd stream again starting next week. Is today not a holiday in America? I don't know whether it's a holiday for most people or not. I don't follow the typical holiday schedule. I don't think it's a holiday for most people in America. And yeah, Hideo, there was a question I asked you, but I don't think it was too important. Completely stopped working? Okay. Nice, you got an artist. Yeah, I finally found a sound designer for my game, which is nice. So here's the middleware. We don't want this in here. And we don't want this in here. So this stuff needs to be exported somewhere else. So now that the game should finally build again. Good. So I think this is pretty straightforward. Ballad bot scammed me. How's that? How's that? You just spent 24 points. That's second highest. I got scammed too. So this is done. Try using it. Yeah, I need to set this up for everything, right? And Spurtman, I don't. You don't have to answer this to the whole stream, but what's going on in your life? You used to catch me up every once in a while. You used to be in university, and now from your last message, you just said perks of being unemployed. Are you looking for a job? Are you gonna move to the U.S.? You've never talked about moving to the U.S. actually, but still, I want to know. All right, well, let's try out this function. So how about we do this from, let's just make a new, I don't know if this really matters. If I refresh the page, what happens right now? Nothing. Well, that's not good. Why is this broken? Store is not, oh, whoops. Alright, I gotta change a bunch of stuff. Yeah, I gotta change a bunch of stuff. Alright. No. Those, all of these. Alright, let's change just these to, oops. I didn't mean to do that. This is why having soft undo is nice. There we go. You have a passive income source for now? Is it gambling? There's actually a pretty good chance it is gambling. Because of your gambling bot, right? Or your betting bot. I should say, is it betting? Well, this isn't going to be a very difficult change. We just need to go through all the instances of store and make sure we don't get any comments in here. Oh, like that, restore. Which I really shouldn't even be finding. I should just have the search set to find whole word in only this case. That's a much better way of doing this. But then we'd still find comments, so we'd still have to go searching through this. This is where using an IDE would be helpful. So we could just find all instances of this and to be aware of the abstract syntax tree of JavaScript. But then I wouldn't have as much rambling as I do now. Yep. There we go. And then debug store doesn't need to exist at all. We can get rid of that. Let's change this to this.store. Cool. Search store dot. So the problem with searching store dot is that there are some times when I pass store into a function and I wouldn't find it from that. Hey EOJ, happy Easter, happy belated Easter. No, I'm not ripping on Spurman. He actually has a betting bot set up. He's talked about it many times before. When I say I bet it's gambling, I'm not saying you're some low life degenerate. I'm saying that, hey, this is probably that project you were working on before. You low life degenerate. Oh, hey, I could just search for linting errors. Oh, that would make things easier. Well, whatever. This way is pretty fast, too. It should have never been a global to begin with. Actually, I guess it wasn't global. It was just in the file scope. There. And that's everything. Cool. Hey, 85 filter. Thanks. And hey, steel cap. OMG high. I know, sick. I know. So let's search for this one more time. We'll just search for store with, how do we do this? No, let's search for it with white space around it. White space plus, it can't be plus though, because it should be either side. Let's search for just this one. Oh, whoa, yeah, there actually is a problem here. Nice. We could also, oh, there we go, it built. So let's just do this, BLGL. Missing semicolons. What else? Expected different indentation. I don't even think I'm going to use this file. But fine, let's change the indentation on this. Then what? Open pack UI is not defined. Yeah, I never really did any of this, did I? Guess it doesn't matter too much. Alright, let's try loading the game up now. Everything should be the same as it was. Next is not a function. Well, isn't that great? How did I screw this up? What? Why is this happening? Next is not a function. You missed another semicolon on there? Why? The linter doesn't say that I missed a semicolon. I'm just going from typed array. I don't know what's even loading this. I should just black box this script. Especially given how many times this thing happens. Yeah, let's just black box this. How do we do that? I could have sworn you just right clicked this and did that. No, there we go. Done. Now we're in collection. Great. Got it. Here it is. Create thunk middleware. Next is not a function. What are we trying to dispatch here? DevTools extension. This means that my other middleware isn't working. Isn't it dispatch next action because the base is store next action? Oh, I deleted those because I thought they weren't necessary. Does that change anything? No, it still says next is not a function. Unless I did this wrong. ACNUSD. Okay. I'm still doing something wrong. But now I don't know what it is. So it's coming from here. What is next? Next is undefined. Huh. Well, shows how much I know. So let's do a couple of things. Debug store. Get rid of that. Search the code base for debug store. Cool. That's gone. Then the thing that's going wrong is wherever I put that breakpoint, which is here. Set up debug properties. This. What did you pass in the middleware's array? I just passed in API. Wait a second. Do I need to pass this in as an array? I should probably look this up. I doubt it. I bet they would have taken in both here. So compose enhancers. Where's that come from? Oh, connect to Redux DevTools. Cap account is rising. It's an apply middlewares with middleware being an array of middlewares. Oh, right. Right. Gotcha. So we got thunk, we got this thing, we got middleware, and we're good. So now we get rid of these things and try it out again. Almost. So middleware passed in 2 of these middleware and returned middleware API. And this failed because middleware is not a function. Oh, I see. Oh, I need to bind it. A3D extended. Hey, Beth. All right, did I do it? I did not do it. What? All right, let's look at apply middleware. Because what Hideo suggested, am I streaming again on a regular basis? That's the plan. I wrote in that burnout.html that if I get back from lunch today and I'm not feeling great, then I'll probably do 6 hours a day instead of 8 hours a day for a little while. Otherwise, it'll just be normal 8-hour streams. Is this an array or just... I don't know if this is an array. Let's try this. Thunk, and then this. I don't think this is going to work. I think I get rid of the bind and then it'll work. Oh, something happened. Well, yeah, something. not a lot happened here. So I guess the other thing I could try here is this. I don't think these matter. I think I just deleted something else. Okay, this is now getting called, so no, this does matter. And yes, now everything looks great. Cool, let's do that. Great, so this is going to get called all the time. I laughing at Superman's response. This is totally fine, 3D extended. Totally fine. Don't worry about whether you're a sub or not. I don't really care about those numbers or anything. What I care more about is progress on Botland. And just having people around to share that with. So whether you're a sub or not, doesn't matter. Just appreciate you being here. Okay, so this is working. We need to get rid of that debugger there. This. Alright, so we're right up to this point. Try using the new middleware from an API. So the reason I did this, I wanted to, let's just close out of all of these other tabs. So we want it so that when we click one of these buttons, let's have it be the settings button, I guess, because right now it says I never coded this. So let's make it so that the settings button does something. I don't know what, but just something. So let's go configure that. Setup React, settings, here it is. So open settings menu. I want to change this so that the news page does something totally different. So where's the settings menu? Here it is. So let's just do this. We'll just say Testeroni, and we'll do window.alert, Testeroni, and then here we'll get rid of this. And we'll say this dot testeroni dot bind to this. Okay, so all it should do is not that. Let's just get rid of this. So when we click this button now, it should just say testeroni. Okay, great. Now the next thing we're going to do is make it use the new middleware to do something slightly more impressive than that, but still not very impressive. So we need some action. It doesn't matter what. Let's go with landing nav, sure. So landing nav actions dot testeroni. We'll put this here, and we'll just pass in the number 5. There. So now in landing nav actions, we are going to export a function that looks like this. So types made up fetch success, made up fetch fail, and it is going to take in this, let's say on, no, we can't really do that. The Sublime not comment out the line on control slash. So it does, but that's JSX, and that works a little bit differently. I don't think you can just have slash slash appear here, but I'm not positive about that actually. Anti-matter. So we just need a function that we can call. We probably have something in here. So let's take a look. Change password, find opponent, set colors. Yeah, let's go with set colors. So we'll set colors to black. And that's it. Okay, let's try it out. So the bot is currently, what would you say, like cyan and blue? It's obviously not black. And now we're going to click this button and refresh the page, and it should be black. That didn't work. What's going on? Hey, swag. So we'll put this over here then. Oh, whoops! I never called this testeroni. Yeah, right, of course. If your file is properly set to JavaScript and not JS, it should work. At least it used to comment JSX properly. Yeah, I should take a look at that. Okay. So let's try this one more time. We click this button. It breaks in. We should have had a network request go out to post to change colors. What happened here? I don't see it. Oh, here it is. Nice. So now I just click this button and come back. No, I have to refresh the page. And then it'll... Nice! It worked! It worked! Hey, Rock Marcos. All right. Well, that took a week. didn't really take a week, but it. So if we say color 1, color 2 here, and then over here we say color 1, color 2. And then on here, we come up with a color. Let's go with pink and, I don't know, red. So we have pink and red. And I click that button again. Click, and then I refresh the page. We should have a pink and red bot. Nice. Ooh, all right. Well, that definitely took a long time. Now, I guess part of the question is, well, okay, so this is done. This worked. We don't necessarily, so the next steps are going to be this. Do you already use Redux sauce? Some aesthetic toppings for your Redux meal. I do not. Declutter reducers, create types, create actions. I'll write this down, but I don't think I'm going to do this today. But thank you for suggesting it. So I think part of this is going to be don't require. Wait, there's got to be an action here somewhere. Also, if this is, yeah, don't require these things to be. Where is that file I was modifying? This one. Yeah, so fetch success, and fetch fail. I could have two different kinds of things. I could have an account server REST client kind of thing. So it could basically be a function that's like request of account server. What preposition would you use for request? Anyway, request this thing of the account server. So that could work. And when you have that, you would definitely want all three of these. But then there could also be something, I could make another function that just had something like open up settings page. And this one in particular, it doesn't need types. It would just have some API call here. And it would take in the API and it would say api.open settings. This would be something local. But as far as opening the settings page goes, this should be just modifying Redux, which means this wouldn't really be necessary. Yeah, I think we'll stick with this for now. So the next steps, I guess, get this salvage UI to work, change existing code to use the new pattern. This should remove tons of code from main. Make sure I'm not just piling it all in the same place somewhere else though. Hey, Kukuriko. Nice Twitch hoodie, big shot. That's where the Kappa Claus sticker came from too. And Coyote, yeah, I know you. Welcome back. You've been to the stream a bunch. So the reason I'd started to do this, I guess I still need to do this higher order component stuff so that I've got just a file that has these actions. I mean, some of this reducer is going to need to use this. Yeah, nice. Or for European viewers. This is going to be grab your pitchforks pretty soon. I wonder what's best to do here. I do think this will clarify a lot of the API surface that I have here, because much of this is just reaching out. Let me find a good example here. Yeah, sell item. Here's a perfect example of something that does not need to exist in this file. And this is why this has been growing so much, because I just never had a good solution for this. But almost everything this does either involves reaching out to the server or updating something in the UI. And that's really it. So I could get rid of things like that. Confirm sell item. Would sell item invalidate avatar. There's going to be a lot of functions like this. They just need an item template depot. NFC is what? Near field communication. It's what allows you to tap your phone to a tag or a sticker or something like that. It's also what you use for paying usually when you're paying with your phone with a credit card or something. Not sure about the refactoring effort. I don't know if I want to do this. I think some of this could be moved. Actually, I probably should do that. The issue is, how would I change something like this? Confirm sell item. This calls a function here that's probably only used for this one place. Excuse me, yeah, it is. But it needs the item template depot, and what other this state does it need? This store, that doesn't matter. So it just needs the item template depot. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. You get numerous. So numerous, I don't know if I ever saw you say goodbye, but in my mind, you've just been here since whatever your last message was. People go into lurking mode pretty frequently. What was your last message? Oh, I don't see it. Well, it was at least 40 minutes ago. And yeah, happy belated Easter to you too, Kaiwi. So confirm sell item calls this. It needs this function. That function needs the item template depot. So question, how do I get the item template depot to a place that confirms sell item? Yeah, so how do I allow access from this to this? So solution number one could be, well, so this thing comes from main. It's defined in main. Just get set up there. I could do any number of things here. Also, I guess part of this is, this should also get rid of a lot of setup React, which just binds functions. Let me think about this. We could make all of this stuff accessible. But I want to come up with a generic way to do this. So for example, selling an item, where does that happen? Here, the store. So you click this button, it may need to confirm that you want to sell it, or does it always confirm? Does it? I don't remember this. I click the sell button. Oh, I disabled selling items. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't remember how that works, but I'm pretty sure it confirms no matter what. just make main accessible. Just pass in all of my application state, i.e. the main instance. I would have access to all of my objects from any Redux API. Item, template depot, account server, REST client, whatever other things I'm using in here. Where else do I do this? Return, account server, REST client. So sell item is one of the places. Open salvage. This doesn't matter. What else do we have here? Get user details is another thing it's called. Just so we can update your inventory. Okay, fine. What else? Buy item. Set Bitcoin. Yeah, pretty fair. Update avatar. What does this do? Deserialize some stuff. Yeah, it really, not too much of this uses state from main. This, I have no idea if that's even being used anymore. What about this? Huh. Some of these, like authenticating, I'm okay with some of this still being defined here. What about this? Okay, user details, yeah. Man, all this is pretty simple. Well, there's one other way I could approach this, which is to try to find out what's defined in this class that may eventually be needed somewhere else. Oh, like this. Updated computer level and set up arena. Yeah, so I need to figure out a generic way to do this for all the APIs that I have. I think some good examples are, what is this one? Edit defense and on watch replay. They both reach out to the account server, but then they do some extra actions on the client, e.g. setting up an arena. So yeah, solution one, pass all my application state in. Solution number two would be pass in a function in main that does this. I think the problem with passing all of the state in is that it won't be obvious what's getting used where, and it'll also probably make it a lot harder to test this, as opposed to just passing functions around. Because what do we have? We have things like camera and arena. Some other state. I think this would make everything harder to test. I also think it would be hard to figure out what's getting used where. Here is that main doesn't get any smaller. I think I can try to work around this. So my middleware would look like, or my Redux actions would look like this. So we go back to this landing nav, and we could say something along the lines of this. And then this would just be defined somewhere. So this would be something like edit defense, return API.edit defense. And then should it need to dispatch any extra actions, it could do so. I think what's nice about this way is that we don't need any knowledge here of what instances are required to edit your defense. So I should write it out the other way. Yeah, let's do this. So here's how this would look. If we pass in everything, then we need to say return context or API And that's where we do just a bunch of stuff. Everything that happened in this function is what would happen there. And this isn't necessarily bad. So anywhere that we had this, the dispatches can still be used. So that would just be dispatch. That's fine. But yeah, anywhere else that we have this, like this for example, we would need to get this from context. Updated computer level, I don't know where that even does. Oh, this is API stuff, although it does actually need the computer level depot. Yeah, this is ugly, and we wouldn't really have an easy way to do this. But it is just UX. And set up arena and players, how does that work? This actually makes a new class. And this is probably the most important thing that happens. These lines right here. I'm almost done reasoning through this and trying to figure out what I want. Hey, Banana. And then once I'm done with this, I think we can try to apply this solution to everything. And by the end of today, hopefully have moved past this. Because all of this stuff would have to move at this point. Then none of this is UI information. And this takes in all of the context. So I guess solution number 3, some combination of the above. For places where we only need the item template depot, having it be accessible by Redux may be desirable. For something like setting up the arena, having main or some extension define that could be helpful. So yeah, for editing your defense, I think this is one of those things that just happens somewhere else. Alright, Numerous, enjoy the movie. So part of, well, this doesn't address the issue of main contains too much code. I could pass in, how does this work? If I get that correctly, basically this concern is that everything is outside of the current context and needs additional things, right? Yeah, like you press a button in the UI, you press the edit button on your defense in the UI. The client needs to reach out to the server to fetch some information for defense, but then it needs to construct a bunch of objects using a bunch of other objects. This isn't really UI, so I don't think it belongs in Redux. But I think that's actually a good thing that this. Have you thought after your Redux action you subscribe from the official Redux API? No, I haven't. Solution. You don't press a button. So subscribe just gets you the whole state, right? Here, you can then call get state. Is it anytime an action is dispatched though? See, I feel like if I'm going to do this, then I need to see exactly when, let's say, your defense changed and we need to know that we're editing something. I feel like this would be pretty tough. So to me, it doesn't ever sound like subscribe is the solution that I want. But that's my own bias coming in here. Oh, the other thing is, but okay, yeah. Hey, Digi. The benefits are most of the code in edit defense doesn't involve the UI, so it has no place in Redux. Most of the code in edit defense should be callable from some other action, e.g. loading a URL bot.land/edit defense. Yeah, although dispatching that wouldn't be a problem, I suppose. No, it's really just this. You need middleware to get the last action dispatched, so you can have subscribe something like last action. Oh, I see. Track the last action that was dispatched by Redux in a reducer somewhere. Then subscribe to Redux's state changes. Please do so at your own risk. Yeah, I would need to think about this. Yeah, the issue is, like he said, this, hey Luculus, this breaks the paradigm, breaks consistency in rendering. I guess because last action doesn't necessarily change how anything renders. Wait, peace out. Are you leaving, did you? Nice having a proper chair again. I still feel like I should have this set so that I can sit back in my chair. Oh, I see. If you use its trigger. Okay. So I guess what this would look like is this. I say this dot store dot subscribe. This dot redux store changed dot bind this. So this would be main.js setup redux store. I do that. And this only passes in one function, right? There's a listener. The listener takes in what exactly? Handle change. Oh, we just called it get state. Okay, got it. So we say new state equals this dot store dot get state. Last action equals new state dot last action reducer or something like that. Dot last action. And then we have a bunch of things here. So switch last action case. Where do these come from? Workbench supports a bunch of these things. So like workbench actions dot edit defense. Do edit defense stuff. Break. And I could have handlers for all these things. I think this is pretty good. Yeah, it's a good suggestion, Hideo. So this would allow me to, the first solution, the one I already implemented, would allow me to do something like this. Where is it? All of the functions that just do something with the UI and call out to the server could now just be completely wrapped in Redux. Then for the ones that are more difficult, like edit defense, I could do the Redux part in Redux and then have a listener that'll do the rest of this. So this part, I suppose. Not even this part, just this part. Oh, Kahitar, thank you for resubbing. So sad I missed your celebration. It was actually 2 days ago. And if you want to, you can watch this stream. I don't think it's a good stream to watch. This 300-day celebration. This was just, there's too much going on. If you want to watch a past stream, this isn't necessarily directed just to you, Kahitar, but there's a 1 hour stream that is worth watching, I think. Otherwise, the rest of them, 8 hour streams, I think if you really, really want to see what happened, you can watch those, but in general, those aren't worth watching too. Well, you already watched the whole stream today. Did you enjoy it? I would have assumed the whole thing would be super confusing to anyone trying to watch it. And there were points in the stream where people were talking on Discord and I couldn't even respond to people, so I had to type out my response. There were also at least, I think, 2 or 3 times where I was just cracking up at what other people were saying. I still remember when Liquidor was trying to set something up and it was just so overwhelmingly complex. Not because of what Liquidor was trying to do, just because the mod is complex. And EJ was trying to explain how to do it. And at one point, EJ said, all right, whatever, I'll just let you figure it out. And then maybe 5 seconds later, EJ launches into another explanation. Just keeps going with it. Fun times. That's probably the last time for a while I'm going to be playing Minecraft. I'm debating on a Diablo 2 stream at some point for the next multiplayer thing. But I think we're a long way away from that. Okay, yeah, I think this solution is very interesting. I want to write this down somewhere. The panda nodding part, yeah, that cracked me up. That was yo. Which, by the way, before I forget, let me look something up. This was the first Minecraft celebration. Was there a panda skin on here or no? No, there wasn't. So why did that panda skin look familiar to me then? It's so weird. This is a false memory that I have. Yeah, there were no pandas. Huh. Strange. As long as you keep things clean and separated and keep what you're using in React and Redux. Use proper props in React Lifecycle. Yeah, I want to write all this down. Because this looks fine to me. I'd like to use it. So I don't know what to write here exactly. I wanna document all of this though. So while attempting to implement the conclusion from above, I ran into another small issue. I set up API middleware so that by following Hideo's example, so that Redux would have access to my account server REST client. That worked fine, but every once in a while, aim.js exposes a function that does more than just modify the state of Redux. For example, when you want to edit your defense, we need to set up an arena, and doing so involves almost all of the state of main. So item, template depot, buff depot, player, I don't know what else. Just a bunch of stuff. I do want to write down at least one other one here though. What do we need? Where's the part where we set up? Here it is. Yeah, Pixie wrapper. Okay. So the issue is that I don't want to pass all of these instances to React, but I also don't want to leave everything. Hey, why not? How's it going? Hey, do you guys know, can you take a clip of a VOD? So I know right now if you were to press the clip button, you'd get the last, whatever, a minute of my stream. But let's say tomorrow you went back to this particular point in time in the VOD. Could you take a clip of that? I know I can highlight this stuff. I'm wondering, can you guys do this? I guess I could just look at the UI for that. If I open this in an incognito window and I click a stream that already happened, can I clip it? The clip button's grayed out, but I think it's because I'm not logged in. But maybe, I don't know, maybe not. But I also want to leave at least functions defined in main. Oh, excuse me. Actually, that's not the full issue here. So pass all my applications data. I don't like that. Pass in a function that does this to just main. Clips work in bots. Okay, cool. Hey, Rami. How you doing? I think you're looking for streamer time. Which, by the way, if you're looking for my time, it's 11:13 a.m. Okay, cool. Thanks, Hideo. And yeah, thanks, yo. How am I doing? I'm doing well. Hey, Toulouse. I think I'm finally making progress on all these issues. I think it's just a little bit daunting because this is really the underpinning of almost my entire application, using Redux and React and passing state around or functions. And so I was just caught up on the magnitude of this problem last week. It's not such a big problem. It's just that whatever implementation I use to solve it needs to be almost everywhere. So it's like if you for some reason you were adding numbers in your application using the plus sign and all of a sudden you decided you wanted to change it to a function for some reason. Like, that's a pretty simple solution, but implementing it, making sure that you got rid of every plus sign in your application, that's not as easy. So that's kind of what I ran into here. The solution isn't that bad. It makes sense. It's just making sure it works and then actually doing it takes a little bit more time. So Hideo suggested another solution for this. So the solutions I came up with were passing a context object around that contains main instance, just like how I did with account server REST client. I don't like this because it makes it much harder to track, because it breaks encapsulation, makes it much harder to test. You don't know where an item template depot is being used exactly. So that was one solution. What were the other ones? Passing a function. Oh yeah. So keep doing what I'm doing now, which is to pass in a function defined in main that does everything from dispatching Redux state to handling non-UI client state. Deal cap. What was 3? Some combination of those. Yeah, okay. So Hideo suggested another solution, which was pretty much this. Track the last action that was dispatched by Redux in a Reducer somewhere, then subscribe to Redux's state changes. Yeah, it's too bad there's no easy way to get rid of all these timestamps everywhere. I could do it in Sublime, but I guess there were only 5, so it's not too bad. This would look something like this. So that way, well, actually, how would this look? I guess this doesn't really change too much. I should consider this a little bit more. A-type theory. Couldn't you turn it off and better switch TV? Yeah, I probably could. I want timestamps for when I'm looking at chat, but when I copy paste it, I don't want them. So what happens is I triple click a message and I hit copy, and that's what I get, is the timestamp along with it, because it's just copying the DOM elements here too, and the timestamp is there. So what I could do is just not select the timestamp, but then selecting multiple lines is more difficult because it automatically gets a timestamp there. So I'm not sure. It's not a huge deal though. Okay, how would I do this so that, let's take a look at added defense, because there's this set is in game to true. This needs to be done whether you do this from a shortcut or not. What do we have right now? We have test defense. How does that work? There's a button in the UI that does this. Set capturing journal to true. We pretty much just have to call back to this. It doesn't matter what UI change there was. Yeah, you can have everything. It's not that big a deal to get rid of timestamps. Especially because the other thing I can do is It's not that bad to just like select this and delete them. And then to get rid of this part, you do this. There, timestamp's gone. So yeah, I could get rid of them in a bunch of different ways. Yeah, so I guess this works, but this does leave all of this code still here. So this solves the problem of I did something in Redux and I want to know what happened in my application or what should get changed there. Yeah, I don't know if I really need this. Not yet, at least. This solves the problem of, well, let me see. Of some slightly different problem in that you have a change in Redux that you want to have trigger a change in the rest of your client. My biggest gripe was getting code out of main. Yeah, and I've thought about this for a while. This function has to go somewhere. Right now it happens to be here, which is I think a bad place for it. But part of what makes sense is that any this that we see here, if we move it to another class, we need to pass it all of this state. So the store, the client server router, the account client, whatever this function is, which we could probably also move, the Pixie wrapper, the arena. That would be really tedious because we'd have a function that looks like this that takes in function foo, we have params, and the very first part of this we'd get like the arena, the item template depot, whatever else, 1, 2, and 3. And we set that equal to this, and then we have to call this function with 5 parameters. No, Radon, how'd you find that? I think those VODs are gone, right? Oh, I uploaded them to the, what is it? This YouTube channel, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, I've been debating on doing another piano stream too at some point. I don't know though. Maybe a composition stream. I'm a bad composer. So I don't know how good that stream would be. Okay, sorry. Just messing around with my chair. Hey, Dev. No Minecraft today. Nope. So anyway, that's one way I could do this. The other way I could do this is take in function foo and just take in a main instance and then just get the things that I need here. Main instance dot whatever item template depot. It all depends on how I want to do this. That's kind of what Setup React was supposed to do, is I just take in this main instance everywhere and do things with it. But I don't really like this solution too much. Also not even consistent in applying that solution. Alright, so changing in the new pattern. Yeah, I should probably do that. Let's take a look at what I've got so far. Oh, I see Radon. Yeah. Yeah, so there's like a million changes in this file because of this dot store changing everywhere. The rest of this stuff is all pretty much the same. So let's change a few things here. This is not landing nav. We don't really want this here. But just having this as an example is decent. I'm just thinking of something really fast. I wonder if here we have a request, success, and failure. There is an action, a pattern I already set up here, which was something like is fetching. Yeah, you're not allowed to fetch a script if you're already fetching that script. Hey, Mario. I don't think this is totally right. Yeah, we don't check here if we're already doing this. There could be some weird cases, but there are going to be cases where it's just more bandwidth being used than necessary. If you double or triple click a function, I can probably just get rid of that. Yes, I think the first thing is just checking what I've done here. Clean up the code that I've done so far as a foundation for this. It shouldn't change much. Yeah. And then we can start refactoring some stuff and hopefully getting to the point where we've got some UI for this. Because I think that's what comes after all of this. Yeah. So yeah, none of these exist. This is in pre-game header component. We don't want to include this from anywhere. Why isn't this showing up? Am I not searching for the right thing? No, I am. What? How is this even getting linted then? Oh, I see. So if there's a typo in here, like if I say a bunch of right curly braces, the build isn't going to get affected by this, but linter is going to screw up. Yeah, okay, that's fine. So I just shouldn't even check this in. Right, that's a new file, yeah. And pop-up is not versioned. What was pop-up supposed to be? I remember. Okay, so we want this stuff. So we actually changed a bunch of things. Ooh, all right. Let's go through this. Make sure all these changes make sense. So set up Redux store. What does this do? Yeah, take a look at configure store. Okay, so configure store is here. So initial state is just an object. It doesn't even have to exist. So I guess it's technically a question mark object. And then this is a function, C API middleware for more information. And it returns a store. There. So I really, really need to write a comment for that because this is not going to be obvious later. How's everything else looking here? It should just be that this changed. It'd be nice if there's some way to like easily ignore this stuff. Oh man, alright, fine. Well, I'm going to look through this really quickly. It's very unlikely I checked in anything extra here. If I did, it would have been some auto login garbage that honestly it's not that bad if I check it in because I'll realize that it happened and I would just remove it. But before we even do that, I guess what we could do is just test this. Let's take a look. Yeah, it's still auto logging me in. Oh, I never saved this. Unexpected token. What? Build successful. What was unexpected? I have no idea what that was talking about. Yeah. So we can log in, we can presumably play the game and everything. Yeah, okay. Great. The rest of this looks fine so far. Yep. Just making sure it was really only the word this that changed. Yeah, that's everything. Cool, so that looks good. Pre-attack is now set to use pop-up. This is different. This is a different commit. This is just a brand new commit. we should separate this into two different things altogether. Same thing, what is this? We got rid of these things? Fine, whatever. Testeroni, this doesn't matter. In fact, this should just be removed. Yeah, just revert this file. So setup React, I changed a bunch of spacing, but in general, this didn't change. Pre-game header, we showed salvage packs again. Configure store, that's the separate change. All now uses pop-up. So this commit alone is just set to use pop-up instead of pre-attack having all of this. So pre-attack should have gotten rid of a lot more code than we have here. It didn't. Why does pop-up have this much then? Oh, it doesn't. It's just a render function. Oh, okay, fine, that's simple. Refactor pre-attack, is that what it's called? Into a pop-up class. Should probably clarify what this is. This is like a modal dialog in that it appears. Styles.popup, where's that? And that it should appear over everything else. But unlike a modal dialog, multiple pop-ups can be open at once. That's not even... There's nothing stopping you from having multiple modals up. My application stops it. Yeah, I'll eventually get to this, Hideo. 10 men versus to-dos from now. Just wait. Clicking outside of it should close the pop-up. I did this in preparation for the salvage UI, which will probably also be a pop-up. So there's that change. Then there's one more change here. We'll be able to convert this. So this is, that doesn't need to be there. This is include API middleware so that we have easy access to the account server REST client. This sets up a foundation where we have easy access to the account server REST client from Redux actions. That way I can eventually refactor everything. There is nothing functionally different about this commit. It only lays the groundwork. Well, that's laying the ground. Whoops. Before I check in, make sure that I've done something. Alright. Whoops. Well, that's why you can always revise commits. So I need to just finish writing this. Okay, great. So this is middleware to be provided to Redux that will expose the account server REST client to Redux actions. A function to get the account server REST client. The reason that this is a function and not just a client is because client may not exist at the time that the Redux store is created. Or maybe we eventually implement offline play, etc. And this returns a function. Yeah, so we can get rid of this. That's it. That's the comment. I don't know why I didn't just write that the first time around. But now we amend the last commit, and we can click this, and we should just see that a comment changed. We don't because of that. Ooh, that would have been bad. Okay, cool. Yeah, so just a comment change. Got it. Nice, problem solved. So that's done, that's done. So now change code to use the new pattern. Let's try it out. Close all of these tabs. So there's a way to close this bar. I've been pressing Alt-Alt to do it. Apparently I need to press Alt 3 times to do it. But there's another way to do it. It's Alt-Enter. Yeah. Nice. So change existing code to use the new pattern. This should remove a ton of code from main.js. Yeah, so basically anywhere that we had this pattern, this .account server REST client. Like, not that one. Where is it? Excuse me. So sell item. Also, what is this update inventory in Redux? Deserialize it. Make a bunch of rows. Oh, this is obnoxious. Set available chips in Redux. This needs a buff depot. Drat. Okay. Yeah, this won't be as easy to do. Let's take a look. So sell item calls update inventory in Redux. Update inventory, deserialize the inventory, does a bunch of stuff with the items. That's all straightforward enough. Sets some things in Redux, and then does this and this. First of all, what does this do? Needs an item template depot. But all it does is modify the UI, and this is probably only ever called from that function. Yep. And same thing, this is only ever called from this function. Yep. And this is probably called from 3 or 4 places. Yeah. Mitchell, you should use AutoHotkey. So something you see me do in OneNote a lot is I will type a new section. I'll say something like installation, and I'll put a reference in here, and I'll do this. I'll have a link already on my clipboard, so just link.com or something like that, right? And I'll hit Control K, Control V, Enter. So what I've done is I turned text into a link that was on my clipboard. When I was at one of my last jobs, I did this so frequently because I was writing emails to people, and I'm like, oh, look, here's the bug you need to reference. And I would do this, Control K, Control V, Enter, that I just made an AutoHotkey shortcut for that. And it was very simple. It was something I did frequently, and something that if, let's say, those shortcuts ever changed, I could change the AutoHotkey script instead of changing my muscle memory. And yeah, so I suggest you do something similar to that. You just make a script and then bind it to something like Windows key Alt C or something that's a left-hand shortcut, pretty simple to hit. And then that's it. And that does whatever dialogue you need. And if you need help setting that up, by the way, I've written a bunch of AutoHotkey scripts. I can actually, you know what? Yeah, if you need help setting that up, just send me a message. It's probably a one-line script that's something like send and then a couple of modifiers and a number and whatever. I think it'll look like this. Send alt plus whatever. You can type out a bunch of stuff. Like I said, I can help out. That's not exactly how you do it, but it's pretty simple. So anyway, there are a couple of things in here. This is straightforward enough. This needs the inventory, but then these two things. Oh, I see. C equals number. Okay, Adam. I don't remember enough of the context to even know what that's talking about. So both of those things are a little bit too difficult to put just directly into Redux, right? This needs the buff depot. Yeah. This needs buff depot. And this needs an item template depot. Other than that, those are pretty straightforward. So I can't just move these things wholesale into Redux because of those extra items that are needed here. So let's think about this. What if update inventory in Redux? How does this work? We do a set my player inventory. So what we could check is if this changed, we can call these two things. So then these wouldn't have to ever move. And then we can apply that pattern from here. So when we see that your inventory was changed, we update both of these. What does update buyable items do? Set buyable items. Yeah, sure. Yeah, so I think this is a good place to use. Why is this? There we go. So I think this is a good place to use that solution where I subscribe to Redux state changes. Let me think about this a little bit more. So I could subscribe to, I could act on whatever that thing was called. Inventory, this, set my player inventory. Right here. Call the functions that rely on state. If I eventually wanted to move these out of here though, like this for example, this is just such a simple thing. It just needs the buff depot. Like there's no reason for this to exist here. I guess I could just make another function that said something like function get, what else do we need from this? Yeah, there's a store. Get Redux buffs. And what would this need? It takes in available buff IDs, buff depot. It does all of this. We just do this. Then we return chips object. Yeah, so then this entire thing would change into a two-line function that just says some util class dot this thing. Available buff IDs, fuff IDs. I can't type. And then this dot buff depot. And then that's it. This would be a two-line function. There could be ways to simplify this further. I just don't think it'd be super important at that point. We'd still have a bunch of these glue functions all over the place. I don't really like that. But the only way to fix that would be to just have this in a completely different file. And like I said, I think we start breaking encapsulation when we do that. It's not such a bad thing, but it's not as good as it could be. But still exporting some of this could be helpful. So should I do this? That's the question. So this is how this stuff would change. I still have set available chips in Redux to find in main, but now it's 2 lines instead of however many it was before. 20 lines. Well, I guess it's technically 4 lines instead of 22 lines. If I wanted to get rid of it entirely from main, then I need to, I guess, just decorate main in a way that adds these functions. Where are decorators in JavaScript? Are they in ES7? They're in ES 2016. So I guess I could just do something that says function main instance, or function add set available chips main instance. What? I'm trying to understand this message. I think that what this means is when you're French and you follow an English person, it's not easy to understand what that person's saying. In which case, yeah, that's probably fair. I think if you watch someone for long enough, you'll eventually learn a lot of their vocabulary too. Okay. So the other thing I was thinking of doing here is this. We have this main instance. What if we put in something like this? Main instance dot add Redux listener. So our event would be something like this. Hey Badur. I learned super duper from Adam, for example. So on set my inventory, we want to add a function that does everything we just had there. Which, let's just copy paste it for now and see what this looks like. So anywhere that we had this changes to main instance. We get rid of that. So does this look any better? I don't know if it does. On Windows, what would be the correct import for the forms? It shouldn't change based on whether you're on Windows or not. From forms.login, import login, that works. Yeah, that should work on Windows as well. Maybe I'm misunderstanding something. If you need to use a path in there somehow, you should use Python's OS module, which I think gives you os.path.join. Yeah. And that way it'll join, because maybe you need to do something like from os.path.join root and whatever forms. I don't know. It's not compiling on Windows. Yeah, you might have to look that up. You can try something like that. And hey, Soul Sorcerers. So what does it do for me though? Main would then need to call add set available chips this from somewhere. That boils down to a single line of code. It's going pretty well, Soul Sorcerers. I'm working through some issues that I don't think are too high priority, but also I think it's a pretty good way to ease my way back into the stream. So I could focus on something much more important, but that might not be good. But yeah, I've been generally in a good mood today, and I think things are kind of back to normal. I still feel like this violates encapsulation and just moves a bunch of code to another arbitrary file. Yeah, I'd like to avoid that. I think this way is better. Because at least this is a pure function. It's obvious what it takes in and what it returns. And then I just have a pure function somewhere. So I like that way. So let's go implement all of this. Start by just changing cell item and see how much code that removes from main.js. Oh, nice Sound of Gaming. Yeah, I think it's a good way to get started, and it's in the world of game development in a way that's hopefully not too daunting. I haven't tried Game Maker, but I've heard enough good things about it. So we want to do this. Which means the first step is incorporate that. I guess the other thing I need to do. This is from main.js. And then something in setup Redux needs to say this dot add Redux listener. And then that's this part. Set available chips in Redux. There. Well, Soul Sorcerers, I think the advice is definitely good advice that you gave. And for those who don't know, what Soul Sorcerers suggested is that I try to get some visibility in real life with Botland. So something like going to a convention, going to, I don't know what. And I think that's great advice. But you need that opportunity in order to even act on that advice. So I would need some sort of convention or some meetup that I could go to. Someone came into the stream a while ago, actually, maybe a week or two, and suggested a convention or a tech talk, but I don't think they've been back to the stream. I also don't know any other details about their tech talk. And yeah, what Sinuosity said is what I suggest too. I've heard the Game Maker is a great way to get started. Yeah, and you said that too, Sound of Gaming. But yeah, I wouldn't stick with it for the next 10 years or something like that. Is the to-do file the same to-do plugin from the plugin video? No, it's different half and half. It's called Plain Tasks. Yeah, I'll have to look at some conventions or tech talks or something around the Washington areas. Yeah, I'll have to look at that. Okay, so let's try to implement this. I don't think this should be too bad. We have a guideline here on how we can do this. So let's just close out of this extra browser window. There we go. Hang on a second. I tagged EJ in that message, but it's for everyone except for EJ. Okay, have a reducer that remembers just the last action. So we will go make a last action reducer. Let's look at some reducer that already exists. This, yeah, we'll just say this is last action. Oh yeah, I ended up watching it, EJ. I saved it in my notes. This follows the advice given here. Note that this should never be connected to React. It's just meant for use if you're ever subscribing to Redux's state changes. Cool, so there's one action. I don't really think we need to define this action everywhere, but for the sake of consistency we could. So we could get this. We could say last action actions. And the initial state, last action initial state. So the last action will start as null. How many were there? Like 15? What day was that video from? Day 13. So whoa, what in the world just happened? Okay, hang on. A bunch of stuff just opened. I'm pretty sure because it thought the Windows key was held down for whatever I just did. Wow, that was obnoxious. Yeah, so the twinge, that's what I wanted to link in. If you go to, oh yeah, my mouse broke. Great. Let's see if that fixes it. And that's been happening a lot more. If you look at day 13, so day 1 was the 8th, so day 13 was probably like in October at some point. Yeah, there were probably about 38 average viewers, which I definitely thought was a lot. We've been on the decline lately. Oh yeah, Sound of Gaming. I think GameMaker is totally fine to start with. So last action's action. Let's go to salvage action. Save this as last action.js. We have one thing, which is set last action. We say set last action. This actually should be something inherent. So I guess there should be middleware for this. Last action. I'm still going to set this up the same way I would normally. And then we'll probably end up removing this entirely. But for right now, let's just stick with this. So this is going to be there. Then we have set last action, and delete all of this. No, I don't really have high expectations now. My expectations are set week to week. So I do notice whenever the view count changes or the follow count changes drastically, but those aren't really goals. Those are more indicators that what I'm doing is, I guess, working. The primary goal is to complete Botland. If I had 0 viewers that entire time, I'd still have that as my primary goal. Why are you only always returning the action and not have action name, action creator, initial state, etc.? Do you really want to call last action versus last action? Oh, a reducer doesn't have to have a switch case in it, I guess. Yeah, I guess we could do that. Wait a second, doesn't this need to return the state? Or... Oh, okay. Hey, Pathfinder. Do you have any tricks to thinking like a programmer, or will that come with practice? I think it'll come with practice. I think the biggest general things are these. 1, if you ever write a bug, find out how you can try to prevent this bug in the future. So for example, you're almost definitely going to run into something where I think almost every programmer's done this, where you have some function, I don't know, just here's a JavaScript example. You have a function foo and it says like console.log hello world. And you call it and you're like, why doesn't this work? And it's because you made a typo. Your code is actually totally fine, but you just wrote ofo instead of foo, and that's very easy to fix. And so examples of where this happens are you're like, oh, I want to go fetch a file. I want item data.json. And you made a typo here and your code was totally fine, but this file doesn't exist and you're confused. Well, okay, so how do you prevent this sort of thing from happening in the future? Knowing that this exists, you could maybe use a linter and it'll figure out where your functions don't exist. Or maybe you pay more attention to, maybe I screwed up the quotation marks or something like that. So just, this is probably one of the most important pieces of general advice is you wrote a bug, that's fine. You'll continue to write bugs. That happens as a programmer. But how do you try to lower the rate of bugs that you introduce in the code, or at least the types of bugs? Am I satisfied overall about progress in developing Botland, or is it not hitting the mark yet? I think it's been much slower than I expected it to be, especially as of late, and I think part of that was because of burnout. I'm generally happy with how things are going, but it would be nice if they were faster. And hey again, Liquidor, what am I working on now? I'm working on refactoring some code to use these new paradigms for React and Redux. FAW was the greatest command I ever made. Oh, hang on a second. There's a lever on this chair that does what I was trying to figure out how to do. Hang on. Whoa. Okay. Now I think I can sit with my back against the chair. Nice. Oh. We just doubled the ergonomics in this place. Okay, so let's copy paste this. Oh, man. I don't need one line here. I'm fine with having an explicit return. Alright, now you can get rid of this. We don't need any state. We don't need last actions. We don't need any of this stuff. So that can be done. We can remove this file entirely. Oh, I could just delete this. Hey, Uranium. Okay, so next is the middleware that uses this. Oh, it's not even middleware, it's just another... Hey, but something needs to set this. Do we need to... Oh, interesting. Oh yeah, you don't need middleware for this. Wow. So where's reducer index? Here we go. So last action reducer from last action, and then use this last. Does this, yeah, this should just be here, I think. Is it a long weekend in the US? I don't think so. I've seen this. Isn't this keyboard for one-handed typers? Because yeah, they have all the other letters over here. P-O-I-U-Y. Yeah, I'm pretty sure this is a one-handed keyboard as opposed to just like macro keys or something. I don't know how well it works. Alright, well we have last action set up. Let's see if it's working just from what I did, which is very, very little. Right? This is not gonna help. What about this? That's fine. What about this? Yeah, sure. And yeah, alright, so all that's set up. Let's try it out. So we go to Redux, we go to state, we go to last action. So if I connect, yeah, it's set to whatever the last thing is that I did. Cool. Cool, cool, cool. So now let's try out the rest of this. Now we subscribe, set up Redux store. We subscribe to the store. And Redux store change is going to look like this. So new state, last action reducer, dot last action. Pretty sure that won't work. Yeah, I have no idea. So let's put a breakpoint here. It doesn't need to be one line, because it's going to have its own file anyway. So last action reducer. Oh, it's just dot type. What? Oh, it's called a reducer. It's not a reducer. Let's get rid of that. This is because this reducer only handles a single action. It is actually refers to the last action itself. So I see. What I could have done is put this one line in that file of state action to action. Yeah. Oh, here, Soul Sorcerers. I've got the best. Okay. Anyway, we're done with that. So we go back to this. We get just last action. And then we have a switch. No, we don't. What we're going to do is come up with a handler function. So let's do this instead of Redux store. We'll say this dot Redux store action handlers is an object whose keys are going to be strings and whose values are going to be functions. When the Redux store changes, we'll check the last action emitted, dispatched, and if we have a corresponding function in here, then we'll call that. Okay. This should probably be in the constructor. And then in here, we want to set up some handlers. So we'll say const handler equals this dot redux handlers. Last action if is function handler. There. Cool. So now we need to register one of these. So we're going to do what we had here for get redux buffs. What's the name of that function? Oh, it's actually called get redux buffs. No, it's not. No, it's not. Ah, set available chips in Redux. Guess we get rid of this stuff. No, I didn't even, I didn't click your link, Soul Sorcerers. I was just making fun of all the spam around the link. So how do we want to do this? We got to move this somewhere else. Where should this go? These are hard-coded for right now. In the future, where will they come from? Well, I don't know. Hi, Skull. Do I speak French at all? I took French for about 5 years. This was a very long time ago, and I would not say that I speak French. If you want, you can check out that video, which is the closest you'll ever see to me speaking French on stream. Yeah, I don't think I'll try speaking another language on stream because I'm only fluent in English and I'm really self-conscious when it comes to other languages. Because I never learned another language for longer than, I guess, 5 years. And if I'm not fluent at that point, then that means that you're never going to hear me say anything. It's just we can't speak it. Yeah, that's how I feel. Yeah, I speak English fluently. I'd better after this amount of time. I still need to figure out where these are going to come from eventually. Available buff IDs. Where will this come from eventually? I guess it's like your inventory. In fact, it might be in your inventory. Yeah. It'll probably come from your inventory. Right now we'll just hard code it still. Yeah, it's fine, EJ. Yeah, but now I'm getting your messages across multiple users for some reason. I think you screwed up your credentials. Leave it to Twitch chat. So where should this function go? What does Buff Depot have in it? And would it make any sense for it to even go in here? Something like get... Yeah, sure, we can put it in here, I guess. Get available chips. It would just need to be a static function, though. Right? Does it actually require... It does require this. Create buff. Create buff. What does this do? It takes from the templates that were loaded in. Nah, fine. So get available chips in Redux. Available buff IDs. This is silly. This is pretty silly. Yeah, this, I don't like this. I don't want this to work that way. I want a buff util class. This is a game server. Great. Done. Now we just export this function. And what did I call this? Get available, get Redux buffs. So available buff IDs and a buff depot, and who cares? So that should be pretty much it. We don't even need to define this necessarily. We could just overwrite it. And the chip object, that's there, and then we just return that. Chips object. Done. So is that all? Is that all that's needed here? Is there Lodash needed? Yeah. So we don't need that. We don't need this. So now this function can be replaced with chips object equals buff util dot this with nothing. Yeah, let's get rid of this. And let's pass in buff depot instead. And then buff util needs to be defined. Do we have any other kind of util up here? Shared client and game server buff util. I think that's where this exists. Yeah, it is. Okay, cool. So that's done. So we go back to this. And we just need to react to this when something happens in Redux. You like the pun? Did you react to my pun? Alright, so update inventory in Redux. That calls this set my player inventory, which dispatches a set my player inventory, which comes from here, my player actions. So when we say setup Redux, we're going to say this dot add Redux action handler. So this is inventory actions dot set my player inventory, and we want whatever that function was. I don't remember. This one. Now we just need this. So action and handler, this dot Redux handlers action equals handler. Why can't you tell an egg a joke? Because it might crack up. It's a good one, EJ. It's a really good one. Tell us a joke. I'm not going to tell you a joke. I was trying to think back to whether this story is even worth retelling. No, I don't think so. I've been thinking in terms of sitcoms lately. So something will happen in my life and I'll think, what if this were a TV show? And I play it out in my head for a little bit. And it's funny in my head, but then I can't turn it into an actual joke after that. So I'll give you an example. I got this computer chair, right? And I got it from Craigslist. I was driving with my friend to meet up this guy who was selling the chair. And I said to my friend, I consider myself pretty ethical. I think if I found out that these chairs were stolen and that's how he's selling them for so cheap, that I wouldn't buy them. So I said, I think I'm not so ethical as to purposely ask just to find out if he stole these chairs. I don't think the chairs were stolen, by the way. But I said I just won't ask him where he got them from so that I don't find out whether they were stolen, so I don't feel bad about getting stolen chairs. Anyway, I said to him afterward, we got dinner, and I said, what if we get back to my car and we find out that my car was there's a police officer standing next to it, and he's like, oh, we finally found a shipment of the stolen chairs. I wonder what the implications of that would be. Anyway, it's not really a joke, but I thought it was funny. Yeah, I think this is. I don't think this was a reaction to what I said, but I still think this is the best reaction to it. I told you it's not a joke. I said this is just me thinking of things in terms of sitcoms. Like, what are the odds that someone would have reported stolen chairs and then find them in my car? So yeah, in the future, don't ask me for anything on the stream. Okay, so we got this. And I have this part handled now. We have not handled the update buyable items part yet. What does this do? It needs an item template depot. So we can have some item utils or inventory util. Yeah, but these were for the sake of the database wrapper. What is this for? This is for converting. What does this do? Because every single item gets an item template and makes an item out of it. Well, that makes sense. Oh, we also pass in our inventory, which comes from where? Oh man, all right. Ugh. So I don't like this. Did you do a chair unboxing? It wasn't in a box. I couldn't unbox it. So, Kit, I wouldn't say that I can write in French. If you asked me to translate this particular sentence into French, I'd have a difficult time. But if you type a French word and then say, can you literally type out the letters of that French word? Yes, I can do that. So that typing test is not an indication that I can type French. It just means I can type letters. Oh, good, Rami. All right, I think in order for us to update this function, so this is, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna take my lunch break pretty soon, probably in like 3 minutes. It's 12:21 right now. I think it's gonna be a full stream. I think I'm gonna end up streaming for 8 hours today. So incorporate that Redux subscribe solution. That part's already done. The next thing, where I left off, oh man. You know, my wife and I are in the process of buying a rug. And it's, I think, 8 feet. I said, I'm pretty sure this won't fit in our car, but the store is very close by. Well, it's a mile away. So I thought, what if I just got a friend of mine and we walked home with an 8-foot rug a mile away? Well, apparently they deliver, so I guess we just went with that option. Anyway, okay, so where I left off, this function needs the inventory, which we can pull from Redux, and the item template depot, which we would need to pass in. Yeah. All right, yep. So here's what's gonna happen. lunch will be about 30 minutes. Then from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. will be regular stream. So it's going to be more refactoring work, I think. If we get done with all of this, we can start to work on walls and pits. There are going to be some design questions here, and I'm going to ask you guys about these design questions. So for example, this was the question I'd asked the other day, incoming Atom art, so just FYI. Let's say you have... Alright, I already screwed up. Let's say you have a grid of tiles, and you're shooting from here to here. So if you were to draw a straight line, it kind of passes through all of these tiles, right? Like if you had a wall here, does that stop this projectile? If you had a wall here, does that stop this projectile? So those are the kinds of design questions I got to figure out. I'll ask you guys what you think. You don't need to answer now. We're going to talk about this when I get back. You can zip object. Oh, thanks, nerd. Yeah, I'll take a look at this when I come back. And thanks, K-Furba. My wife cut my hair. Okay, cool. So yeah, I'm gonna go to lunch. Thank you guys for watching so far. And wow, that's a lot of names on the lunch list. Cool. So yeah, I will see you guys after lunch. Cool. I'm back. Back. I'm very chilly. I'm feeling pretty good. Yeah, I think it was really helpful to take a bunch of vacation. That's the point of vacation when it comes to programming, I feel, is to refresh your mind and feel like you can finally tackle the problems you were facing before your vacation. What am I looking at? I don't know. Something Soul Sorcerer's too. Okay, so we're back to the stream. Update inventory in Redux needs the inventory, which we can pull in from Redux, and the item template depot, which we need to pass in. So there needs to be a function. Let's copy paste this. It needs to look like this. The serialized inventory comes from Redux. We have the store. So I guess we take in the store, or we pass the state to this function. Asyntonic. It's not so secret anymore. Well, welcome back. Yeah, did I miss any messages in that conversation? Because I couldn't get back to you for like an entire day via text. I didn't want you to think I was ignoring you. What was that? It was Saturday, I think. No, I texted you Friday night, yeah. And then Saturday I couldn't respond because I was doing the Minecraft stream. Now I remember. Okay. Yeah. Anyway, how's it going? Okay, so what we could do here, we have this function. I think every time this is called, we might as well call it with the new state. I don't know for sure that I want to do things this way, though. Oh, Boston Marathon Day. Interesting. Man. I don't know if I'll ever run a marathon in my life. It hasn't ever really been a big deal to me. I think a lot of people feel a pressure that they need to do something big, and running 26 miles sounds great to them. Also, some people are just runners, and the Boston Marathon makes sense. So, Simon, I'd recommend AWS. I don't know what your needs are exactly here, but you might want to look into something like DigitalOcean at first. I can link you to this. DigitalOcean is pretty nice because if you look at their pricing, their cheapo instance that you can start with, it's pretty usable. I mean, half a gig of RAM. I don't know what you're doing again, so I don't. This may not be fine, but these are pretty reasonable. And also, they say 1 terabyte of transfer, but back when I was signed up with them, they didn't track that at all. So you actually had infinite bandwidth, or at least until you became a problem for their service. Well, yeah, look into something like this too. So we get the Redux state by default. So that comes right from there. So where's that? Serialized inventory, that comes from by item. It should be updated though in, interesting. Well, it should be in the reducer somewhere. It's not. It's in the my player reducer. All right. Well, there it is. So we just take it from there. So serialized inventory equals Redux state dot there. So that's done. The item template depot needs to be passed in. And what other this things do we have? The store itself, or a dispatch function. Wait, what's the point of this? It was update update buyable items that I wanted to modify. This is done as a result of selling an item. Yeah, so let me think about this. For us to dispatch actions from here, what would we do? Set my inventory rows. Hey, Pika-Pee. And hey, Teddy. Okay, well, this is doable. It's just a little torn. Because we have the Redux state. We would also need the Redux store so that we could dispatch things. And then these two functions as well, set available chips. Yeah. And update buyable items, which is currently only called from one place. And what does this use? The item template depot and the store. So I could make something like a Redux helpers class. But I feel like there'd be a bunch of these. This one in particular would be for the inventory. So what are the three functions that we have here? Make Redux helpers. We have update inventory in Redux, set available chips, and update buyable items. Yeah, we could just put this into one file for now. And just save this in the client. I'll save this here. I'll just, whoops, I didn't mean to do that. Okay, we'll do this. Redux helpers.js. So when the inventory gets updated, we call add helper or add handler function. That's this. And what is the name of the function that was called? Update inventory in Redux. So this would call into the helper function. So this is the part I'm not sure about. Like I could do it this way, I suppose. Inventory actions set my player inventory. And then I could make a function that looks like this. Redux helpers dot update inventory in Redux and takes in all of these things that we have. And this will get a function that takes in the Redux state. That's not bad. Yeah, I think this is fine. What's your keyboard? Yeah, Hideo linked it in. The other one that I happen to use, which you'll see me use every once in a while, I'll just show it at least, is this. Oops. This one has mechanical keys, so you get the true ASMR experience. I could just type words directly into the microphone. Whoops. StarCraft. It's very hard to type with a keyboard in the air. Yeah, so Redux helpers, we're going to export this function. It's going to take in these three things, which I'd already written over here. And I think the body of this function is going to be the same too. All right, what are we missing? A bunch of stuff. So import stars Redux helpers from Redux helpers. Then we need all of those same things. So inventory, inventory actions, my player actions. So this, and where's inventory? This. So we just copy paste these over to here. Great. So then set available chips. I wrote this out. This was from BuffUtil. And what did this need? The buff depot. Yeah, I guess we got to pass that in now too. Yeah, this file has gotten out of control. That's why there's a ton of imports here. And I'm trying to address that by splitting this up into a different file now. So I guess we need the buff depot as well. And possibly whatever else is in update buyable items, which is the item template depot. Yeah, okay, I think we should be fine. So I think I can get rid of most of that. Let's go take a look at this again. This is gonna take in these things. And this buff depot. So this we'll get rid of. This is fine. We just pass this in here. And then we do the same thing with update buyable items. And we paste that up there. Spaghetti Republic. All right, update inventory in Redux is going to be gone now. Well, actually, maybe we can't get rid of it. Oh, whoops. Oh, God. I made a mistake. Most of their modules have a one file paradigm. What do you mean by that? Like, there's one class per file, or every module should be only one file? Yeah, so the mistake was that update inventory and Redux should be happening, I guess, from all of these other things here, like this maybe. I'm not sure exactly how I want to structure this yet, but this will only get triggered right now if this needs to happen from somewhere. So, and it's not here that it needs to happen, and it can't. Oh, darn it! How am I going to do this? Okay, let's back up a bit. Oh, I see, EJ. Hmm. So three things actually called this. I was just working on one of them and I overlooked the others. I guess get user details and probably buy item, open salvage and buy item. Get user details, buy item, and open salvage also call update in Redux. So in order for all of these to work, here's generally what happens. You call an API on the server that changes your inventory. The server returns your new inventory. Does that always happen, by the way? That better always happen. Let's take a look. So in this case, yes. In this case, yes. And in this case, yes. So yeah, all those cases do that. In all cases. That's good news. So the server returns your new inventory in all cases. Then we need to put that into Redux. We need to convert that into a Redux object. Inventory should just have an easy way to do this. And just because I didn't add one doesn't mean I can't add one. So let's go figure out that we deserialize it, then we do a bunch of stuff, and then we call set. Really what this should be is deserialize it, then do a serialize to Redux. And I guess, yeah. So we need to deserialize it using an item template depot, and then serialize it and dispatch it to Redux. Okay, hang on. Let me try moving this chair again. I want to get to the point where I'm sitting completely ergonomically. There, perfect. So maybe I turn these in a bit and move the keyboard. Or just slide my chair to the side. So how do we get the item template depot wherever this thing happens? So I'm thinking is sell item is going to be moved to an inventory actions file or something. It can call out to the account server itself. Eventually though, it's going to need the item template depot. Well, yeah, darn it. I don't know what to do here. Because I guess how I want to write this, do we have a sell item? Where does sell item even exist? No, it's not even. Oh, it's not even a Redux thing. Get back a serialized inventory and do what with it? Nothing. We'd need this to get set in Redux. Yeah, I'm not sure how I'd do this then. So this in itself is a problem. Sell item is going to be done from a Redux file that won't have an item template depot. Man, the whole getting tired after lunch thing is still happening. I have a feeling I just need to power through this. I don't think this is burnout. I feel mostly fine. I'm just super tired. This happened last Monday, and then I think I ended the stream early because I was like super tired. I'm just tired right now. So one way I could solve this is a sign you should start drinking coffee again. I wonder if it's a sign that I'm eating too much. I don't feel like I've changed my lunch habits at all. And I thought maybe it was that I wasn't getting a big enough breakfast or something, but I don't think that's the case either. It might be a dehydration thing. Maybe I should just drink more water. Okay, one way I could solve this is by subscribing to the state changes, and then no, I can't do that though because selling the item wouldn't have your new inventory. I would need to fetch it even though I already would have had it. So solution number one. Also, without the item template depot, sell item can't put your inventory into the proper state in Redux on its own. Too many carbs? Yeah, maybe. So part of what I could do is keep sell item in main.js and I don't know, keep that as a function. I don't think this is a good solution. Yeah, the other things I could do here are pass around all this state that I'd mentioned before. The little ways for these to... Oh, I thought of a different solution. I don't think I like this necessarily, but give account server REST client the item template depot so that it can deserialize the inventory from the server. I don't think that's a good idea. Let's really analyze this stuff though. So right now it's in main and we call out to the account server. Then main knows how to convert the resulting inventory into Redux. Syntonic, how long have you been working there for? The problem with this is that I end up keeping all of the code in main. It's not such a big problem. I just feel like all of these things that happen, like you sell an item and then there's a bunch of other stuff we need to get. $5 weeks? All right. Do you like it? You'd never work in an ad agency again? Oh man. Have you thought about switching jobs again? Getting a different contract position? This isn't such a big deal. Super high pressure. I don't think you need more pressure. This seems like improper coupling. What other solutions can I come up with here? Do something like what I did for account server REST client, where I just expose the item template depot to request. I wonder if this is pointing at item template depot, not really needing to be an instantiated class. Because really all this does, they might as well be a bunch of static functions. All it does is read from a JSON file and then save them in memory in whatever format I want. That's all this is doing. So I think most people might make this a singleton, and then there's no need. I don't want to make this a singleton, but most people would probably make it a singleton and then call into it from anywhere. That way you don't need to pass it around. There's just one instance of it globally. And that would work, but I don't like using this singleton pattern. I don't like having global state. And I think that way down the line, there's going to be some instantiation order problem, and it's going to be impossible to solve then. I don't want to mess around with that. So if I'm going to have this state somewhere that's loaded from a file, it's got to be saved in some object somewhere. And other than exposing it globally, which really that's all that making this a singleton would really do, is just make it a global. I'll write it down. I'm not going to choose it as a solution. I don't want to expose a global. It seems like a cheap way to solve things. So this, I have the same pushback that I had here. Passing a context object around, I think this breaks encapsulation and makes it harder to test. Yeah. This still seems like it breaks and makes things harder to test. Where do I stop adding objects like this to context? Item, template, depot, buff depot, etc. aren't so bad since they're just reading from files. Global state is one of the major ideas of Redux though, but it's not global in that you can literally access it from just, if you made a new file, you know, your main.js has import whatever star from a.js. So you have just some random file here. It can't just do like redux.getState. It's not global in a JavaScript sense. It's global in that it's used by your entire application. So what I'm trying to come up with here, here's what I want to do. I want to do something like this. I want to say export function sell item, and I want this to do most of what's happening over here. So in particular, this would return type sell item request and then here convert serialized inventory into a Redux friendly object, and then do like a dispatch, which I guess we would have a hard time doing from here. I'd have to figure out how that works. But anyway, dispatch something like inventory So this is what I'd like to do. And then here we do a dispatch on, you know, show modal error. Hey, Spider Dead. Spider Dead, I actually inadvertently mentioned your name the other day when I was asking Ramey about the spider problem he had. I said, is that Spider Dead? And I thought, I wonder if you were in chat at the time and your ears perked up. You're like, Adam's talking to me. Because that used to happen with, there was someone named the Oetzi, and every time I said let's see, they thought I was saying their name because of how I pronounced this. And I think it happened a lot with EJ. Yeah, so this is what I'd like to do. The problem here, the reason I can't do this is because making Redux friendly inventory involves an instance of an object that I don't have here. So I can't figure out how to solve this. Also, I think I would want request to have access to the dispatch, which means that API middleware needs to change a bit so that when we call request, when we call request, we got to pass in the client and also, I guess, dispatch and probably get state as well. Oh, good job, Banana. From Redux, where I'm using account server REST client, I need to pass dispatch and get state to the request function. Yeah, I just don't know what to do here exactly. Because, okay, let's take a look through all the functions that I have again. So where do we have this style? Open salvage, that's the same general like inventory kind of thing. Inventory. What else do you have? Updating your cosmetics. What does this do? So we wouldn't want this to happen multiple times, huh? Yeah, so here's one way this could be changed. I could change it to something like this, params, and I say something like const this dispatch, probably the get state if I needed it, but item template depot equals params. So I just pass in like 5 different things, these 3, and then any extra things that I need, and then I can use them down here. So you make use of item template depot. That would work. I think it'd be a little bit weird as to how this thing got there. Man. The reason why I don't think this is so bad is because this class might as well, like I said, it might as well just be static. I have a bunch of item data, and the only thing item template depot does is it reads in all these items and it turns them into proper item classes. So you have a get name function and a get description function and like an is cosmetic function. So cool, that makes sense. So passing that in here I guess isn't so bad. I do think it hurts the testability of this function though, because now you call sell item and you need all these parameters to even test this and make sure it can be done. I don't know. I think that's the best solution I can come up with. I don't have any other hunches right now, so maybe I just code this and see what it's like. Let me take a look at a few things before I do that, though. One, we have a get client function. This would need to be changed into a get client, get item template depot, get buff depot, get whatever other stupid things I need here. And I will need a bunch of other things. So let's take a look. Update inventory in Redux. One of the things that we do is we say set available chips, which I think I just got rid of entirely. It's too bad. Where did that go? I don't know where it went. Yeah, I don't know where it went. I might have just deleted. Oh, here it is. Yeah, this needs the buff depot. Have you tried from an elevated terminal? I mean, I could do this. I think this gets to be a problem when we need something like the arena. I think that's when it stops being Redux and starts being application specific. Well, it's still application specific. Oh, it is? Okay. Yeah, I don't know that, EJ. Hey, Dana. Also, it's not like I'm a Microsoft engineer. I was a Microsoft engineer. Okay, so pass in functions to get the item template depot. And buff depot. To my middleware. Okay, yeah, I'm gonna do this. I don't see any other real way to do this. So configure store needs to change to include all of these parameters here. These would be callback functions to get these bits of state. Or I could say this is all going to be passed to request. Let me think about this again. We have a get client function. What if I had const context equals get context function, and then main defined it as something like this? This. So what? And then there's one more buff depot. Hey, Vito. Weasel Zone guy, what are you talking about, Vito? So now context would contain three things. a streamer. Is this person a creative streamer? Does game dev? What happened, Vito? How did you bother this streamer? So I could pass things in like this. We could try it out, see what happens. So this would need to change. Not just the context itself, the context may not exist at the time. Weasel is such a funny word. Yeah, so we have get context function, and then we pass in the context here. But not everything would have been set here. This is where I just think that, I don't know, I think this is just, I don't think this is right. What if I were to manifest that some needed to call out to the account server and some needed this item template depot object that I have? I don't even know how I would do that. I guess I could do something the same way I did it here, which is, oh, not that I need both. I have certain flags of what needs to be passed in, and then type checking. Oh God. I could do that though. I don't think it's a good idea. But right now I have this request, and if request exists, then I just pass it the object that I need. What if I also got something like required context, and this was a set of flags, and I tried to pass in all that context if it was needed? I think that's overcomplicating things for now though. So we pass in the context, then what happens after that? This, I guess. We get request context, and then we can just do this function. Okay, let's try it. Let's try it all. Gonna need to change all of this stuff. So yeah, let's start at the beginning. Sell item. We need all of this. So this part's done. Then the next thing is, so we get rid of this. The next part is this update inventory in Redux. The first thing we need to do is get the inventory into a Redux state. So we say function this sets it for us, and then I guess also sets this here. Oh man. Okay, and we also need the item template depot, I guess. So we get the inventory. Then we say set inventory rows, and we need my player actions here. I hope these things don't require each other. There. We need workbench. We need inventory. What else? We also need dispatch. This gives us dispatch. So lines 1 and 2 of the function are now correct. I think all this stuff is fine too. Yeah. Yep. And then this would be this way. And there we go. So there's that. Now I guess we delete all of this. So we need a cell item. So far not too bad. We need the dispatch in context. Okay, let's go get that. Context.dispatch equals dispatch. Still ridiculous. Okay, well, there's that. And then what? We need to dispatch this function. And what does this take in? Serialize inventory. Why can't I autocomplete this? And then item template depot. So this function isn't needed anymore. Update inventory in Redux. I tried moving this somewhere else. I never actually finished that. That's where this would happen. That's now done. It'll call this, and then setting available chips and updating buyable items. This could be triggered from main when it sees that your inventory changed. Of course, Redux could just do this too. There's no problem with that. In fact, it's an easier paradigm to do it that way. What about this? Yeah, this could all happen from Redux. Then the buff depot needs to be passed in. Man, I just think this is going to be super confusing to ever try to trace all of this stuff. So we need the buff depot here too. So problem when your inventory is updated, we need to update. Why do we do that exactly? Set available chips in Redux. This happens when your inventory changes. Yeah. We need to update what chips you have access to and which items are buyable at that point. I don't know why we have to do that thing. What does this do? Oh, the quantities that you currently own? It's ridiculous. So solution number one is react to a state change in Redux by subscribing to the store. And solution number two is just perform the updates directly from Redux. I think this is easier to follow. This is easier to follow the logic. Yeah, cons is the update function will take in more context. Buff debuff. I don't really know why this happens from here though. I guess when you buy a chip, it's going into your inventory. We could do this differently so that it's not part of your inventory. But I don't think that really matters. And this is just any time your inventory changes, we might need to update this. Again, I wonder, am I making this more complicated than it needs to be? Okay, let's try it. Let's try it with this way that I think is better. Perform the updates directly from Redux. What's your aim? To refactor Redux? What will happen? Easier maintenance of the code base, better performance of the game? Well, part of this was to try to reduce the size of this file, because I think this is too hard to maintain as is. Actually, I don't even really think that. I think everyone else just comments on file size. I don't really care if this file was 10,000 lines of code. So I want to come up with a better design for that. And I do think eventually, if Botland is ever going to be successful, at first it would pick up some steam just based on the V1 that I'm going to produce. But then I need more developers, and then I want them to balk at this code base. That would be bad. But yeah, I'm waffling around the solution a lot because none of it seems that great to me. It all seems kind of hacky. But I can't think of a better way to do this, and this is what everything has led me to. So I think I just proceed with this. So, okay, fine. We call this with, I guess, the buff depot as well. But then this is not just convert to Redux. This is actually dispatching it. Hey, Void Dreamer. And hey, Kongan. And what am I doing? I'm trying to get back on track with this Redux stuff. And I feel like I've just been kind of paralyzed here for a while. So let's see what this is doing. This is setting your inventory data. Then afterward, what we want to do, whenever this thing gets updated. So I guess what we'd say is update inventory or updated inventory. You just update inventory. And then part of update inventory, this would also need to take in a buff depot so that it can update your chips. Which, is that even necessary? I guess. How would that function eventually work? Because right now, I have this, but these would have to come from your inventory. These would just be items. Yeah, okay, fine. Yeah, G240. I think this is the kind of thing where if I do this correctly, I think having these paradigms will make it a lot easier to change things in the future. Because right now, how this all started was that I wanted to make a new page and there was a lot of duplication of code. That's something that even I'm not okay with. Having a lot of lines in one file isn't so bad for me, but it still will become harder to maintain later. And yeah, Wes, not today. Tomorrow I'm planning on putting it online again. So if you want to play the game, you should be able to tomorrow. And tomorrow I'm also hopefully going to start working on a new feature. Is it free to play? Yeah. Wes, you've been in this stream a lot. In fact, I thought you had actually already played the game at some point. Yeah, but yeah, it's free to play. You'll be able to try it out tomorrow. Unless something goes, terribly wrong and I can't upload it for some reason. But otherwise, yeah, you'll be able to play tomorrow. Yeah, so I would need this. Which means this buff depot does need to be here. Which means the rest of this function needs to be here. Set available chips in Redux. That's this. So these things still need to happen here. But this should be a function that gets dispatched as well. Which means it's got to return one of these. Is it dispatching other things? It is. I could just copy this up to here. So buff util doesn't exist and workbench actions doesn't exist. Workbench actions is easy enough to get. Yeah, I think G240, how Perry just said it, is the best way that I'd sum this up to. I feel like if I do this the way I'm doing it now, that I'm just building up some tech debt. Eventually, it's going to have to change. Everyone comments on how it has to change, but I never end up changing it. I might as well do it now as kind of a way to ease back into this code base. It's only been a week. It's not like it's that crazy. I guess ease back into the stream is more what I meant to say. So buff util is the only other thing I need to get. Where does that come from? Shared client and game server. Okay, so import star as buff util from there. So now we have that too. And update buyable items is the only thing remaining, and that was this. What does this do? It actually does have to dispatch something. Needs more buffs. The age-old advice of Orange Ray. An inventory action. That's not going to be necessary. So we need the item template depot here too. My goodness. Orange Ray. Well, I also said I'd be working on hardware every week for a while. These are goals that I had, but then the goals change based on what other things happen to be more pressing. So that's it. Then we call get user details for some silly reason. Is this really necessary though? If we updated the inventory and all of this resolved, can't we just get this afterward? Or does sell item need to know this particularly? Yeah, I think sell item should know it. Which means we need star as constant. Update on game server. Oh no. Oh no. What is this? Hey, Mr. Internet. Yeah, you might have sold an item that was being used in your blueprints, and then they need to get updated. And I don't think that process is that simple. But this is the case of reacting over here when you sold an item. Do you always work standing up? No, I don't. And hey, eyes of God. So these would go away. Oops. Modal actions. So that's almost everything. Almost. Workbench actions, sold item. Man. Yeah, this would be changed. Updated blueprints. Oh, God. No, I don't know. I am very rapidly doubting whether what I did was a good idea. Specifically with respect to this particular function. Right here. So here's what's happening. When you sell an item, I can't even really show you guys this. I don't think anything's working. I was afraid of that. Okay, well anyway, when you're in a game and you sell an item, it can remove all of those items from any bots that we're using. Oh, sorry, let's just say this. So you own lasers. You make a bot with lasers. You then sell lasers while you're in the game. So the results should be remove lasers from any bots that had it equipped, because you no longer own it. So this was working, and in order to get this to still work, what we need to do, so sell item is now a redux action. I could subscribe to the sell item action and then tell the game server that you sold that particular item, or tell the arena, I guess. That would work. It would be less optimal because at the point of sell item, I know exactly what changed, so I wouldn't need to just iterate through everything that's potentially using it. So I have to think, do I want this to happen this way? Should update on game servers only if you're in a game. Yeah, just return that you're in a game. Go through each blueprint and call this function. So get its everything. Just get it. It's a simple enough function. What does this do? Update blueprint. So it calls it in my player. This just overwrites everything. So if it's the same, then it'll still be the same. Nothing will be different. Cool. And then here, which is in the arena, we get all the bots that use that blueprint. We say that it got updated. But we won't know that you... Oh, man. Yeah, we won't know that you updated this. Not sure what to do. But I think this is a mistake. Let's look at it a little bit more. So it's this line right here. When you sell an item, we need to know what blueprints had it so we can remove it. And the only other way I could think to do this is just basically go through every blueprint that you have and reflect. It's not so bad. It's not a great idea. I could do this in a more heavy-handed way. 1, you sell an item. 2, we subscribe to sell item. 3, at this point, when we get a sell item message, we'll have the updated blueprints in Redux already. So 3, we say that every blueprint got updated. The heavy-handed part is that we probably didn't update any of the blueprints. Maybe we updated one of them, if any of them. And the way that things are working right now is it does it on just the smallest possible set of updates. But I don't think that'd be doable for the future, because we know what you updated here. So we only act on that set. So we just do a for each on these. In the future, we would need to... I don't think we could keep track of which ones are updated. Maybe there's some way we could do that, though. Because like I said, that's what's happening right now, and I think that's the best way. It's just that we're passing in this function. That was one of the big things I was trying to avoid here. Any other way we could do this? So what's the reason why we have updated blueprints here? Because in sold item we figure this out? Yeah, that is what happens. So solution number 1 would be that heavy-handed approach described above, where when we sell an item, we subscribe to the sell item action and then update every single blueprint, whether it changed or not. Solution number 2 would be refining solution number 1 a bit. We have this function here, which is remove from serialized Redux blueprints. This is an incredibly specific function. Remove item from blueprints if necessary. And what does this do? This returns a set of changes. Okay. We don't even know what item we just sold. Yeah, refine solution number 1 a bit. We use problem is that we don't even know which item we sold. If we could know which item we sold, then we could also know which blueprints were modified and wouldn't have to do this solution at all. So I guess part of this, solution 2A, is store the last state change applied, so that it's not just an action. It also contains arguments. That way we could see exactly which item was sold. I don't think this is the way you're supposed to use this stuff. I think I'm getting farther and farther from a good solution. And I think like solution number 3 is just do what I was doing before, where I'm passing functions from main so that everything's in one place essentially. So right now you sell an item, and what would happen is we would pass in this function. So it knew how to update blueprints directly in the arena. If I'm going to do that though, then I get rid of this stuff, the update inventory and Redux part. Or maybe I can somehow just pull that part out, because then this wouldn't be so bad. Can I? Yeah, where did I get caught up here? So if sell item still existed in main, this part would go away. This part would still be in here. That's kind of what I wanted to avoid. Okay, I don't know. I think that's the only solution that I've got, is basically do nothing. But then that would kind of invalidate the reason for why I did any of the work before this too. That in itself I'm not upset about. What I'm upset about is that I don't know how I'd ever split this up and put this just somewhere else. Hey Zombie God, what am I working on? I'm working on a game called Botland. It would normally be playable right now, but I just didn't put it online today. Tomorrow I'll put it online, and if you want to try it out, you can come back then. It's currently 2 o'clock for me now. I started the stream, 5 hours ago? So if you add 19 hours to this time, that's when I'll be streaming tomorrow. In about 19 and a half hours, that means you'd be able to play the game. I mean, everything was laid out pretty neatly here. So I just get rid of all the changes I just made. Alright, gotcha, Zombie God. Which means I get rid of all of this. So ridiculous. So these all get put back pretty much to how they used to be. And then all the changes I made were for nothing. I wouldn't need any of this. I'd just get rid of it all. Is there anything from this commit that's worth keeping? Like, there's a bunch of stuff I changed so that if I ever... Alright, let's take a look at some other things. I thought sell item would be one of these cases where I could do this, but apparently not. Open salvage, does this have anything? I guess let's look at buy item. Buy item is easier than sell item because it can't modify any of your existing objects. When you sell an item, if you had an object like a blueprint that was using that item, then maybe you don't have any more of that item to use. So it's a typical RPG scenario. You got a sword and a shield. You sell your shield. Can't equip a shield anymore because you don't have one. But when you buy a shield, it doesn't need to do anything else with it. Yeah, I would just call update in Redux. Which, if I can't get this selling part of this out, then I can't do this either, right? Yeah, it's this function. Because you might have buy chip, and then you want to say set different chips in Redux. The only thing that's probably worth doing at this point is getting update inventory in Redux to be in a different file, or to be in Redux instead of main. So what's involved in that? I guess these parts are already done, even that part, just maybe not this one. In which case this wouldn't be a total flop. I guess this would work, but then how do we call this? We just dispatch and update inventory? We shouldn't have to do that though, right? Sell item should do that. I guess it's set inventory. Yeah, I guess it's set inventory. Which we should have already had something like that. Set my player inventory. So this would be set inventory from serialized inventory. Yeah. Okay, that's not so bad. I think we can do this. So let's bring this back to how it was, and let's see how would I do that. So this function entirely would go away, and I think it would turn into this. And how do we call this with 3 different things? Serialized inventory, item template depot, and buff depot. We don't technically need to do any of that though. Why this is so silly. I'm fine passing things all over the place apparently. So I should be fine doing it here too, right? I'm guessing I already do. Yeah, I already do. Get required inventory for current blueprints. Where's this called? Oh, there don't need to be all of these things. Yeah, fine. So I don't need to do things this way. Zombie God said the game looks cool. You give a chance for players who don't have any programming skills to customize their bots. Yeah, thanks. Yeah, and like I said, you can try it out tomorrow. I normally, like I said, I have it online, but Just been struggling trying to fix some things here. Now, that version that you saw of the game is pretty old. I can't even show you the changes. Well, in about an hour I should be able to. Or whenever I get this done. Well, Mitchell, the goal the goal of let's try this. You're right. I had working code and then I did this and then I ended up with bad code. But the goal was to bring it from working code with tech debt to working code without tech debt. That was the goal. It didn't end up being that way. So now I'm just trying to salvage what I can here. And I think there is a salvageable part. So I think we just changed this. So set serialized inventory. This happens from here maybe, and then I guess we're fine. What does this even take in? Serialized inventory, item template depot, buff depot. So it looks like this. Serialized inventory, this dot item template depot, this dot buff depot. This does way more than just setting the serialized inventory though. This is more like update inventory. I don't know. This does, what does this do? It updates your inventory, then it sets what chips you have available and updates your viable items. Yeah, I guess that's fair. And that's all just to get sell item working. All right, so then let's go back a step. Let's try to just get the game working again. So do we even need to pass context in all of this stuff? It's not like we use this anywhere. We could search for request : and we'll probably find one place where I was just messing around with stuff. This would all go away. Yeah, so then this doesn't matter. This matters a little bit, but we can just comment it out for now. If I create a subdomain, can I use a different framework to the original domain? Yeah, you should be able to. A subdomain can point to a completely different server if you wanted to. At least it should be able to. Yeah. You should be able to. Because you can have DNS return a different IP address entirely. So yeah, using a different framework, if it's on a different computer, it can be anything you want. Hey, Ivan. Okay, well, let's try running this. What is failing here? Cannot read color pair of null. I don't know why that failed. My player reducer doesn't have this state. Huh, I wonder why. This must be more that I changed. That stuff shouldn't matter. That shouldn't matter. That, oh, whoops. I think I know what's going wrong. I think. There should actually be a different error here. Yeah, this. Okay, yeah, that's why. Well, you gotta get rid of this thing then. Or we continue to call it this way, and then this just... We just delete all of this and do it this way. Oh, man. Alright, let's try that. Does it work? Set serialized inventory is not a function. Did I not export that? That must be it. Yeah, I didn't export this. Oh, it works now. Yeah, nice. So yeah, Zombie God, I don't know if you're still there, but this is what the game looks like now. Before, I think in that video there weren't tile sets. There probably weren't certain projectile graphics. I'm pretty sure there were still cosmetics in the game. So I can customize my bot to look however I want. Oh, you guys can't even see the foot piece until I move it over here. Yeah, so here's my bot. And then I'll give it missiles and shield. Yeah, and then we can just hit test. So this is what things look like now. There are some new graphics. There's still some like graphical issues you probably see, but it does look better than that video. Oh, I didn't do anything yet. I pretty much just reverted a lot of those changes. I gotta test a bunch of stuff, and then I'll know whether I did it or not. Pro Sam, it should be just any screw that fits that size and threading. I mean, ideally you could just look at any screw remaining there and see, but barring that, just bring your laptop to a hardware store and just try out some screws and then buy those screws. All right. Mitchell, is this liquid dinner? What frameworks am I using? There are a whole lot of different libraries that I'm using. So frameworks, I'd say overall are like Node.js, Pixie, React, and Redux. Yeah, which is what I listed in that thing. That's good. You could probably look it up, ProSam. I can't help you in this case, but I imagine it's online somewhere. So I added the ability to listen to store changes here, but I don't ever use this. So should I keep this here? Should I not keep this here? Like this in particular is never needed. Configuring it with this. I was okay with including item template depot and buff depot. There's no support manual for those? Oh, maybe because they want you to use their support or something? I'm not sure. Okay, I think we'll change this back to here. Where's that? The subscribe call is new though. But all the configure store stuff should be changed back to how it was. Yeah. These can't be the right screws. Image coming soon. Do they have a specific image just for screws? Oh yeah, they do. Okay. I was gonna say that's coincidental. But $25, that does sound like a lot. Jokes aside, I really think you could probably find screws for way less than $25 and still work for that. So this is here, this is new, I'm not using it at all, and I feel like I should comment that at the very least. Comment Redux store changed and why I'm not using it. But why I left it in the code base, I guess. This is fine. These are all in different locations now. So then there's a bunch of new code that's not being used. We gotta go find it all. So this set serialized inventory, it's sell item that's not being used. It's a sad day for sell item because I'm about to delete all of it. Yeah. Let's just copy paste it out of here for now. Do you keep track of everything with comments? I rarely see people do that. I try to as much as possible. I want this stuff to be readable later. This is quantities of things. Set serialized inventory. I need to still comment that too. Comment this. So I didn't really make use of a whole lot here. We can get rid of this, and then there's going to be a bunch of unused stuff there. We'll have to change that too. Oh well. What's in here? Last action. It's not even necessary. Setup React. I didn't change anything here. API middleware. I think this goes back to how it was. Yeah, it's sad. Let's revert the whole file. What else do we have? Last action that would be needed. Redux helpers. I think this is totally pointless. Is anything using Redux helpers? But that's pretty funny. And buff util. So I think both of these can go away. Oh, apparently this can't go away just yet because this is still being used. Well, that's fine. But this can apparently go away. Redux helpers altogether. So what are we left with? Probably a bunch of linting problems. Yeah, we all have Void Dreamer to thank for that. There was a stream probably a year and a half ago at this point where Void Dreamer told me, hey, have you heard of Plain Tasks? And I said no, and I tried it out. And my general reaction was the Dan's game face. And then I started liking it more. How long have I been programming for? I haven't shared exactly how long it's been, but I have this which kind of talks a little bit about that. Also, you might want to check out the FAQ Zombie God. I'm not saying this in a snarky way or anything. There's just a bunch of questions that people ask a lot. How long have you been coding for? What are you doing on stream? You know, is this your full-time job? There are probably some things that'll interest you on here. Are there any VODs from day one? No, there is an Electric Raptor. Day one, I expected 2 or 3 people to show up to the stream. I thankfully got like 80 or 90 somehow. And I just had no idea that I'd want VODs, that it was even possible to record VODs. That was my first real day streaming. Mitchell. So there are VODs from day 2, and then I just got some VODs from days 6 to 10, which I previously didn't have, but I haven't finished uploading those yet. My internet is not great. It's not bad, but it's not great. So it takes like 2 hours to download the videos and then 1 hour or 2 hours to upload them back to YouTube. I'm basically taking them from someone else's channel. He gave me permission. They're my videos, but I have to download and then upload them. Oh yeah, and Zombie God, you don't have to read them all. I was just saying if you have a question, you can just scan it first. I'm not saying like go read everything. Familiarize yourself with my life. Okay, so we can get rid of these 2 things. So I gotta go comment these 2. Redux store changed. So this, actually, it's really this function. This should be used in cases where you can't come up with any other way to solve a problem involving Botland and Redux. That's still true. So action is just a string. It's really an action type. Alright, so what should I write as a comment for this? This should be used in cases where you can't come up with any other way to solve a problem involving Botland and Redux. The reason I'm not even using this at the time of writing is because I usually want to react to a state change in a specific way. For example, when you sell an item, it would be nice to know which item you sold. This function won't have that information. It will only know that you sold an item, and it will have your current inventory. Well, that was step one. Step two is this in inventory actions. Hey, my uncle, I'm doing well. That's more words than your typical hello message. Based on a serialized inventory. So this is just an object, this is an item template depot, and this is a buck depot. This is needed to set your chips, your available chips based on your inventory. Great. Well, that's everything. So I think we can finally look over this one more time and check it in. And really, what did I do in the end? It's this. This is the important part of this. Lines added 39, lines removed 76. Never mind that those 76 lines were added to this file. That's fine. What's not fine is that we had those all in main. And yeah, there's been a bunch that's changed in main. I added a bunch of lines for really no reason. Like, none of these need to be added. I could have just removed stuff. Hey, Desoxy Frederick. Because you want to know how I am? I see. But yeah, things are going much better than last week. I think taking some vacation days really helped out. Well, if this is the pattern that I settle on for the future with React and Redux and Botland, I think I'm okay with it. There is some unusual stuff here that isn't really necessary. I moved some code out of main that had to do with updating your inventory in Redux. I added some code to main that involves subscribing to Redux store changes, but I'm not actually using it right now. I should just delete it eventually, but I wanted at least one commit with the proper code and a reason for why I'm not using it. There. So that's done. This is canceled. What's this? Yeah, that's done. In order to be able to dispatch, I need to... I don't think this is worth doing because there are other complications. I tried to change sell item so that it didn't need to touch main at all, but there's a function that's used. That function is where? Sold item. This. That I can't really replace easily. Okay, zip object. Instead of an ugly for each, let's go take a look at zip object. Yeah, Kurt, I think getting an ergonomic keyboard is a good idea. And I think that really the Sculpt is kind of the next generation of this keyboard. I think the Sculpt is nice. I like having an attached numpad, but then again, I haven't ever not have an attached numpad. So the goal of having a numpad that you can detach is, see where my mouse is right now. I can move it all the way over to here so that I wouldn't need to move my arm farther out. You can kind of see in my face cam that my arm moves kind of unusually, I think, to hit my mouse. And hey, images. So yeah, I suggest that. The other keyboard that I've been using that I'm still kind of struggling with was the Ergodox. So you can see this in my keyboard camera here. I have a bunch of books propping up my monitors. Anyway, you can see this, and you won't be able to see what I'm typing, but you can see how my hands are positioned. So this keyboard's also relatively natural, I think. For typing, not for programming as much. For programming, I think it's a little bit harder to use, but that also has to do with how I set it up. But yeah, I highly suggest an ergonomic keyboard, especially if you have hand strain. So that's not going to happen. So even after this, which really hardly did anything, I feel like, oops, that just got rid of my my bookmark, didn't it? Yeah. So this whole change existing code to use the new pattern, I never actually was able to do this. Buy item is the one place where I think it might be able to work. Yeah, no problem, Kurt. Yeah, I've tried a bunch of different keyboards. I was using this keyboard for about probably 5 years of the last 7 years. And when I say that, I mean in some capacity. So either at work or at home. So then for 5 years of the 7 years, I was using this one. And then for 5 years of the 7 years, I was also using just a regular mechanical non-ergo keyboard. And for about 3 months maybe, I was trying out the ErgoDox. Or 3 months? No, 2 months? I don't know what it is. Something like that. So yeah, buy item is one of the places I think we can just totally get rid of this thing. Kurt, I think just not using the numpad, if you can just try not to use it, is probably best. But yeah, having it on the left, if you're going to have it somewhere, that makes the most sense if you're right-handed. If you're left-handed, then you have it on the right, I guess. Just on the opposite of where your mouse is. So this should be simple. Let's try this out. Let's see how simple this is. So we have buy item with item ID. And what we do is we export function buy item. So we put this up here. I guess just join these lines and then slam that backwards. So we need something like, actually we would need a, we have the request, oh, it passes in REST. Huh, nice. Inventory actions, this isn't needed. Well, we tried dispatching more things. We would probably have to change this. And modal actions, we need that too. So fine, let's try this out. I want to see what it looks like. How do you... Oh, here we go. 10th grade, this is the first grade where you have a course in computer science. Aww. That's good images. Yeah, I haven't used PHP in a while. But it's a good thing you're protecting from SQL injections. Hopefully you parameterize all of them. But yeah, good job, images. Okay, what else is here? Constants. So that's everything. We can't actually call the function like this though. We need three different things. Request buy item. Well, I'll say buy item request. Success and failure. Success and failure. We're not going to do anything with this though. So I could say return those types that I had. Where is this? Yeah. And then the request here, but we need to dispatch other things from here. So this actually wouldn't work this way. Oh man. Oh, wait a second. No, what am I talking about? Wait. How would this work? We do it like this. And the first thing we do is dispatch something like this. And this would just be buy item. No, images, you actually do want to protect it from things like that. Students are usually very curious when it comes to what other students have done, and especially when it comes to software, trying to break it. So yeah, I think it's a good idea that you did that. I think the first thing most students try to do in high school is figure out a way around all the limitations that the computer systems have. So they can play games or talk to their friends or whatever else. Granted, everyone has phones now. So images, there are two things. One, it's pretty easy to have multiple return statements. If you just say if number equals 1, return 1, if number equals 2, return 2. So it's pretty straightforward to have multiple returns in one function. But I think what you're talking about is, can you ever do something like this? And the answer is, this is technically valid JavaScript, but it'll never ever hit this line of code here, return 2, because that's not possible. It's always preceded by a return 1. So in this particular thing, what you see happening is that I have... Oh, you're probably talking about this. I just haven't finished writing this code. This isn't valid code yet. So eventually there's going to be one return from this function and then one return from this function. But I haven't done that yet. So then we're going to get a serialized inventory. And then the rest of this just proceeds as normal, I believe. So we actually just do that, right? As far as this dot store, we don't have that. This also doesn't exist. Oh, we can't do this. Oh my god. All right, well, this was pointless. Yeah, we can't call this. This exists up here, but we need two other things in order to be able to call this. And we could get these two things if we really wanted to. But I don't think it's necessary. Don't actually need to pass in dispatch get state if you do it like this. There. Also, I started to look at zip, but I never finished. Yeah, I don't remember this was referring to, but I don't know if I want to use that. Yeah, I can't just get rid of this then. Man, actually, I could. I would just need to change something. I didn't want to change. How's it going? Yeah, it's been going okay. I kind of struggled to try to figure things out. I basically, I don't know. I didn't really end up using most of what I figured out earlier. No, DeFreaky, I'm not going to do that. I already paid for the domains, and it already feels like Botland in my head. Yeah, so Hideo, I ran into a bunch of issues with, so that general solution from earlier of subscribe to store changes and then do something using my main instance. So the problem was that I didn't know exactly what changed. So there's that reducer, the last action reducer, which would say something like sell item. But which item? I didn't know that, or what got updated or something along those lines. So I could have included that. I could have just stored off all of the state changes in there too, and I just felt like, is this getting farther away from what I should be doing? So in the end, I guess I didn't end up using any of that. And then the issue I ran into now is, so originally I thought, okay, I've got this happening a lot, right? There's buy item, and the first thing it does is try reaching out to the account server. So I could change it into something like this. Dispatch types, request, here's the account server call. Then the issue that I run into, though, is that I can't call this function now because I don't have certain objects that I need. The item wasn't part of the payload? That sounds like a design issue. No, so this is part of the payload. The thing is, the payload isn't saved in the reducer. It's last action reducer, not last action and payload reducer. Now, I think I could trivially easily add in the payload too. The question is, should I have done that? Was that the best solution? And I don't know, I just undid a ton of code. So I don't want to do that again, and really how much it would help me. Why is the game offline? I didn't want to manage the game today, so I'm going to just put it online tomorrow. Yeah, so I think what you're saying here, Hideo, is this last action reducer. Oh, wait a second. No, never mind. It already was returned. Oh, God. Oh, man. All right. Yeah, I know. I just realized that, Hideo. It doesn't change a whole lot, I think, except for what I wrote down that was totally inaccurate now. Where did I write that down? I don't know where I wrote that down. So originally, hey, pure code. Originally, I thought that I didn't have. Hey, Armenian. I didn't have the payload information in last action reducer, but I do have that because I just persist action into last action reducer, and that contains information like which item I sold. Oh man, then maybe I was on the right track, Hideo. Oh, I got so turned around because... So, okay. Let me see if this is followable, because I'm going to try to explain what I did and why I backed out these changes. So I have this function sell item, and this part is easy. You showed me how I would change this to the new style. So I'd basically just do something like, hey, dispatch sell item, and call account server client dot sell item. Okay, cool. So that works. Then I get an inventory in response. Now, in order to use the inventory, inventories can't be created without an item template depot. So I thought, I don't have an item template depot in Redux. However, it may as well be a global variable. I didn't want to use globals explicitly, so I instead passed it in alongside account server REST client. So basically, API middleware changed to look like this. So let me just copy paste all this and then just trim it down. So instead of get client function, this was get context function. And we did this. So contexts now contain item template depot, buff depot, and account server REST client. Whereas previously it was really just this. Yeah, so I passed these, but the reason why I thought it was okay to pass them is because I figured these are really just files almost. They're just some data, but instead of being in the JSON format, they're in the format of item classes. So calling get name, calling get description, they would actually have prototypes. So I figured, yeah, this is okay to do this. And what that allowed me to do is actually call this function, which the reason I can't call this function now is because it takes in an item template depot and a buff depot, which I didn't have. So I got done with that, and then the problem I ran into is that there was this little bit right here. There's a function where when you sell an item, we need to update any blueprints you had that contain that item. And this was a function that I did not have in Redux. So that's where I thought, where's the file that I've been typing into? So that all would have worked fine. But then after selling an item, I may have needed to update the arena so that I could remove that item from blueprints using it. So the issue here is that I thought I wouldn't know which item I just sold. Hey, OJ, and thanks. My wife did it. But now I realize I'm wrong about that. So yeah, I guess I could change everything back to how it used to be. In ProSam, I don't know about this. I imagine the screws you use, as long as they fit, it doesn't really matter what they're coated with. As long as it's not like poisonous or something. So I guess my questions are now, one, is it a problem to have included item template depot and buff depot in my Redux request? Yeah, the end result is kind of the same, except for one of them. In one of them I can remove a lot of code from main, and in another one I can't. And two is, yeah, I don't know. Anyway, I was thinking of just moving on from here and just not removing this stuff. Oh man. Well, Pro Sam, how much are those screws on Amazon? Because if they're like $1, I would just say try it. You don't really have much to lose. At $25, I probably wouldn't go buying screws unless I knew they were going to work. And at any more than $25, I probably would just try to find a cheaper option, actually. So, as for getting code out of main, have you seen the coding train guy? I don't think so. It's $6. I don't know. That's on you. You got to make a call there. The other thing is you might be able to. Amazon has great customer service in the U.S. I'm assuming it's the same in the U.K. because they're just a global company. So if you buy them and they're the wrong screws and you can return them and get, 75% of your money back, it's probably worth doing, right? Hey, coding hobby. For that, maybe I have seen this person and I'm just not aware that I've seen this person. No, I don't think I have seen this person. Neat. That I ran into an issue. It's just a JSON file that gives proper bottom object. Oh no. I didn't want to use globals explicitly, so I instead passed. Context contain these. That information. Okay. What kind of view counts does he get when he does live streams? Kyubi, I've never bought bits, so I don't know how it works exactly, but I imagine they'd be instantaneous. Has anyone else bought bits here and could tell Kyubi what's going on? So if I went back to this solution, man, how does this keep happening? This chair is reclining backwards, and I think there's a way to stop that. I just don't know how. It's not that bad. It's not like my other chair where I just like flung myself backwards. But yeah, I don't know how to stop this. Oh, thanks, Andre. If I ever wanted to move these APIs almost completely into Redux, I would need to expose most of the depot classes via API middleware. and then refactor everything into this style. Well, there's no better way to do this. Okay. Wait a second, this wouldn't work, would it? No, because request has that. Oh, so the then would have to go here. Whatever, something along these lines. That's good enough. So where does this leave us now? What's the way you would have guessed to do this? Because I feel like I'm creating more problems than I'm solving by touching any of this stuff. Even when I say this should remove tons of code. Hey, babe. Yeah, I think we get rid of all this stuff, right? So I still need to get a component that wraps all this stuff so that I'm not duplicating code here. Would have added middleware before providing it to the next one if required. Oh, interesting. Yeah, Hideo, so I had a hard time envisioning how that would work exactly because the API middleware checked to see if request exists, and if so, would pass in the client. So I thought, how would context provider. So let's say we just had item template depot provider middleware, and we had account server, we had like API client provider middleware. The thing I wasn't sure how to do here is how would I specify a Redux action that needed both of these? And yeah, that's the part I just couldn't wrap my head around. Because the way that I specified one was by doing something like this. I thought of a way that I could do this, I just didn't think it was a great idea. Hey, Mr. O to the P. So I say something like function needs API client return types blah 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 comma request Yeah, that's what I was thinking. So I was thinking I could do it. I thought this was overkill though. But I could say something like needs depot and client. Needs depot true, needs client true. And then in here we would just get context. And at this point, context contains depot and client. And then I figured in the middleware, we'd have like depot middleware, which would say if, what's it called? If action.needs depot, action.context dot depot equals whatever. And then there'd be some other middleware that's client middleware, I guess. So this is kind of what you'd do, I guess. Well, the other thing is you'd say, I guess you do this here, so you make sure it's an object. Why are there so many kinds of JavaScript here? So, is this what you think you'd go with? Because I want to at least write this pattern down should I eventually want to use this. Because I like this way of doing things. I think it's pretty clear. I mean, the middleware is obviously a little bit more advanced than that. It's something like this, right? Yeah, okay, cool. Well, thanks for guiding me through that, Hideo. I think I'll at least write this down. Updated code to acquire more objects from middleware. So this is an action that you dispatch from Redux, and then here's the depot middleware. Should be similar to depot middleware. Yeah, okay, I think that makes sense. I wonder if I should do this, because I'm running into this issue right now where I've got this request, but I can't end up calling this function as a result. If I could do that, then I could move all of this code outside of main. It's not a ton of code, actually. It's what? Yeah, it's 23 lines, but it'd be 23 lines that are just moved out of here that never belonged to begin with. Okay, we'll do that. I'm going to use the bathroom and just take a short break and then convert this store, or add middleware for requiring the item template depot and the buff depot. Oh, I am going to do it now. I mean, more or less now. I'm going to go use the bathroom. But, yeah. So other than that, I mean, imagine if I didn't take the break, I'd be doing it right now. And shift by item out of main. Yeah, okay. So I will be back. And you know what? Yeah, I'll just use the bathroom. I'm not going to take a break. Yeah, I'll be right back. Okay. Cool. So let's start this stuff. Let's make sure I'm doing this correctly too. The middleware, I feel, can both of these can come from the same file in general. They're both pretty much the same, actually. Well, this is not actually the same. This is something like account server REST client middleware. Yeah, let's call it that. And configure store is now going to use that. So we need a bunch of different functions here. It's kind of tedious. Get item template depot function and get buff depot function. So we want a few of these. Good old pink stream. And goes to show you that Roderick is here and paying attention. Whoa. There were a bunch of tokens created earlier. I guess not a single person from earlier who followed actually used that whisper. Huh. Wonder if any of them are there. I mean, I'd probably assume it was spam. Or maybe something's broken. Yeah, we'll export this. There's no default. Let's just get rid of that. So we want 3 of these. This is this one. We want the item template depot middleware, and we want the buff depot middleware. Get item template depot function and get buff depot function. Cool. So there's the three of them. I expect this will be a little bit easier to write. Get item template depot function. Or just get depot function. So this can go here. We can call this the depot, whatever. So we can say needs item template depot. So if that's equal to true, actually we don't even need the equals. We could just say this. Then what do we do here? I guess we inject into the action item template depot equals get depot function. And that's it. Is this what this looks like? Nice, Roderick. I don't ever use rest, so I don't need this. In fact, I don't even need this. I could just say this. Hey, Hitch Slap. It's going okay. I think it's a good enough way to get back into this week, this stream that I'm doing right now. But I don't think it's gone like very smoothly. I have a feeling that if I get done with most of this today, that tomorrow will be a bit better because it's more clearly defined work. Tomorrow is when I'm planning on working on walls and pits, I think. What's wrong with this? There's some... I'll have to watch that today. What did I do wrong here? What did I do wrong here? Line 158. What is this? Oh, inventory. Oh, I don't care about this. Yeah, cool. Okay, so there's that one, and then we need one more, and I don't even know if these are correct, but we'll find out soon enough. Buff depot. This is needs buff depot. There. Then configure store passes in two different things. Get item template depot function and get buff depot function. Hey, noob. So we just pass in these things. Great. Then anything that needs this. So this is just that it happened to have request. Also, this is not how this works at all. What am I doing? No, we had the whole, like, this thing. Action.context. I think we should configure this one last. I could just store it as buff depot. I guess that doesn't really matter too much, does it? It's not like request gets that. Yeah. Yeah. Really, this doesn't matter too much. Also, let's try it out really fast. Is that page closed? Yeah. So we go to here, node ld equals require Lodash. So we have an object. Well, we have a is null. ld dot default to a object. So now a is. Oh, we need to set it. Oh, that's not how this works. Action dot context. Oh, well, good thing I realized that. I didn't even think this was worth testing. Okay, well, so let's try that. So a is an object now, and then we fill it with something, foo equals bar, and we do this again, and a is still foo equals bar. Good. Perfect. Great, so then in here, what this is really going to do is return something like this. And then request return this dot by item dot then. All right, tabbing aside, I hope this at least works. So that's where all of this comes in. And then these. There. Now these are wrong. That's all fine. This needs to change. This is going to be dispatch set serialized inventory. Then we're going to have context in here, but it's going to be in the action. I did not do this right. What did I do wrong? No, I shouldn't be modifying the action. Especially now with something with a prototype in it. But I need to pass something to this. But I guess it's always going to be something. No, what am I doing? No, that's all I have is action. But this is what's going to get that object then. This is not right. Alright, let's look this up. Redux middleware add object. Could be a case. Also, without knowing the quality of the third, it could be a minor triad. Mm-hmm. 7 examples. Is there anything that modifies these? Yeah, I know. Just drinking a bunch of water. Dynamic middleware. I don't care about this. Huh. Okay. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing here. And what did I do here? This is where I need to get the item template depot from somewhere and the buff depot from somewhere. Just not sure how to get these things. So I could have it be passed into this request, but still something needs to be built up here. I guess I modify the action and then right before calling request, I delete these things from the action. That sounds super hacky. But I can't think of any other way to do this. Yeah. Okay. So I think that the way above wouldn't work because I'm adding something to action that has a prototype. Perhaps I could pull all objects from context and pass those in as arguments to request and then delete them from the action. That's gonna be, let's just try it because I don't have any other bright ideas here. So anything in context. And action.context won't necessarily have anything. It might not even exist. What happens if you do this? I can't even try this, can I? Let's try this here. So if I say var a equals hello world, var b equals hi there dot 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 a, then b will have both of these things in it. Yeah. But if a is null, what happens? Oh, nothing. Oh, cool. Well, then that works. Oh, except for this would need to be... What did you miss? Oh, I'm just screwing everything up. That's ridiculous. So what you missed is I wanted to figure out how I could do the whole needs item template depot thing here. I think the only way for this to really work, the middleware needs to add in the item template depot somewhere. So I put it in context, but then I don't know how I would get it out over here. So what I thought is I'll put it into the request function. So then we just pass in params here, and then that changes this to take in params, and we get this and these two. But then I need to delete all the other parts of. I don't think this is right. I definitely don't think this is right. Delete action.context. Okay. And nothing's going to use the reducer state that I have there. What is buy item? Your context is in the last action. So get state dot last action. No, so what I'm trying to do is this. So buy item in Redux should call out to the account server to buy the item. Then the account server returns your updated inventory. Then Redux sets that as your current inventory. That's it. That's all that should really happen. So it's pretty simple. We call out to the account server to buy an item. We get back an inventory, and we should be able to set that as our current inventory. The problem is, in order to set it as my current inventory, I need these parameters that I manifested over here. I need item template depot and buff depot. So I said that these things are required, but then how are they accessible by here? The only thing I can think is that they get passed in from this request function. So I'm going to just try this, I guess, because I don't know what's going on. So if I call debug main.store.dispatch, not even that, buy item, return this dot so this should be all I have to do. In which case I can just stop using this altogether. But let's try it out. Let's see what happens. So we go to the store, we click buy. It does nothing. Oh, okay. Well, that's unexpected. Oh, not return. What am I doing? Oh, I gotta dispatch this. Okay. Yeah, that was expected. Oh, hooray. So what params do we have? Whoa, we got everything. So then what I did, I guess, works, maybe? Can I read buy item of undefined? Oh, it's called client. Whoops. I want it to be called client. This is super wonky. Oh, that broke. Why did it break? Are you not allowed to buy lasers? Oh, not enough money. Oh, that's a valid reason. Well, we can fix that. Update users satbot coin equals 1E9. Now, you can't say I don't have money. I still don't think it worked, though. No, it didn't. Internal server error still. What's this error now? Hardware already owned. Oh my god. Alright, that's another valid error. Just ignore all of that and let's click the buy button here. Did it work? Oh, it actually worked. Wait, so when I got errors there, did something pop up over here? No, and it should have. Because of this. Should have said problem in buy item. But it didn't do that. Why didn't it do that? Oh, it did get here. Yeah, it's just not working for some reason. What is going on? What is going on? Are modals not allowed in the store for some reason? No, that can't be true, right? Because if you try to sell an item, it tells you, yeah, no, they're definitely allowed. This is just wrong for some reason, but I don't know why. Okay, well, that makes no sense to me. What about, is our bot coin at least changing when we click buy on one of these? So it's at 57, we click purchase. No, it's still 57, so this isn't working. Well, the sell action is using all the old code that I had. So these dispatches just aren't doing anything. I wonder if they're going through at all, like anywhere. Let's delete this and try this again. So I refresh, we go to Redux, I click some buttons, some things happen. Buy item request, buy item failure. Yeah, great, I understand that. But oh, whoops. Wait, no. Something's wrong. Yeah, I don't know what's wrong. Next, rest error type failure. Is it because I didn't return this? Does that matter? No. I have no idea. Okay, let's take a look at this again. So console.log in catch error message in then setting botcoin to user.botcoin. So that message on purchase, I don't even see that working. I mean, I don't know why any of the dispatches are failing. Yeah, it says in catch. And then what about when you buy an item here? Update inventory in Redux is not a function? How did that happen? Oh, whoops. Whoops. Alright, that makes sense. Well, but still, I have a feeling that dispatch isn't working. No, it's still not. Cannot read property get user details of undefined. Whoops. Okay, another little mistake. Let's keep going with the little mistakes here. Okay, so in my console, it's saying that it's supposed to be setting my botcoin. It does not seem to be doing that. It's changing this number. Weird. What does this mean? Oh my god, it means that I'm not looking at botcoin that whole time. I'm looking at salvage packs. Oh, whoops, that number is changing. Alright. I didn't realize. I forgot I just put this number in like Tuesday of last week. Okay. Well, good job, guys. There's still one thing that's totally unexplained here, though. Which is this. When I go to hardware, I click this plus button. I get into the catch here, but no modal shows up. Why wouldn't a modal dialog show up? Is that even getting triggered here? No, it isn't. So it's just not doing anything. We get to buy item failure, and then nothing happens. Why is that? Maybe this is failing, but there's no error handle. That doesn't make any sense. Yeah, it doesn't make any sense. Something's wrong with this catch. I don't know what it is. Missing modal actions, incorrect signature. It could be those things. Throw error. Oh, it is that. How did that happen though? Modal actions. Set modal details. How is that not a thing? Oh, did I do what I think I did? I think I did what I think I did. Yep, look, right there. Okay. Cool. Well, everything works. I accidentally included the wrong thing. So now everything should work completely. Oh, good. Already owned. That error message is weird, but whatever. That's fine. So if you buy something you don't own, everything looks good, and your money gets updated. 630. It's 580. Yep. Buy some of these. Your money's getting updated. Well, would you look at that? Okay, so Hideo, I have a question for you. Is this incredibly dumb, or is it just mildly dumb? That I build up all those required parameters like item template depot and buff depot in context. Then I use the spread operator here to add it to my params, and then I delete everything from context after that. In fact, I can delete this beforehand. Delete our context so that we don't have objects with prototypes in Redux. Or is that not even a big deal? Like, how does this work when you hit buy item? Whoa, I can't click anything correctly. There, so I click buy here. What happens over here? Buy item request. Context. Oh no, it made it in there. Uh-oh, that's not good. Yeah, I don't like this. Shouldn't be in there at all. Yep. Shouldn't be there. But I guess it's already been... Yeah, I don't know how better to do this. So the only remaining issue is to figure out if I've provided the item template that depots correctly. Then that's it. Because the functions are pretty straightforward. They look like this. But then these are objects that have prototypes. They're getting saved into Redux. I wonder if there's a better way to do this. Depot. Let me find a quote by our friend Dan. Okay. Mitchell, where are you from? I wonder if anyone actually says it depot. These say depot. And depot. Hey, Crucials. Thanks, Gaku. Sorry, I forgot to include Kappa. It's a joke. While I'm waiting for a quote from our friend Dan, I should change these colors back to something less obnoxious. Done. Now we go back to the store. Neat. It's gonna be a miracle if this game is at all successful. Just a miracle. And I feel like probably a lot of people think the same thing when they are working for their own company and they're working on a product. Because, man, there have been a lot of points where I'm just like, what am I doing? But I think today overall has gone pretty well. Excuse me. I had to sneeze. Okay, so this doesn't matter at all, whether we keep this here or not. So I don't think it matters if we delete that. What does matter is that we pretty much got rid of this from here. We don't need this here at all though. Main instance.buy item. I think the store and the game are the only pages that need it. Yes and yes. So we can get rid of both of these and replace them in their individual locations. Buy item. Instead of this.props.route, do we have inventory actions here? We do, yeah. So we could just set that there. Granted, we're going to end up having this code. This will be just totally gone. But we'll have the same code kind of in two places. That's where we can have a higher order component maybe, or not even worry about it. This dot bound inventory action dot buy item item ID. Or actually, do we even need to do that? Can we just do this? Let's try this out. That would be really, really easy. This is one of the best solutions. Does that even work though? Please tell me this works. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, great. So we have the best of all worlds here. We get rid of all of this. Oh, actually, let's take a quick look. Yeah, I think we just get rid of all of this. And then in the game, we have buy item. What? Where's buy item? This is gone. Oh, it's called on buy item. But that doesn't show up here either. That doesn't make any sense. Oh, it's edit blueprint. Whoops. My bad. So do we have inventory actions? Nope. Hey, 9 bytes. Oh, neat. Okay, cool, Hideo. Thanks. Hey, Joel. It's going okay. I'm doing all right. Not great, not bad. All right. Okay, so I should write that down here. Note, this is an object with prototypes, but it is only used by the action itself. Alright, so let's try buying an item from the game. We go here, we go over to here. No, we can't do that. We click one of these buttons. Yeah, it works. Oh man, that took forever. Wow. So then we can technically get rid of a lot of these. But I think we'll leave it as just this for right now. This was crazy. Also, there's probably a way to get better tabbing on that. Should probably take a look at that. Yeah, I'd like to get better tabbing on this function. how would I do this? I could just define the whole function up there. Like this. We save one tab level. That's not bad. Raises a dinner and toast. Those are fine. This needs to be moved. Where'd purchase salvage go? So we need everything that we used to have here. So we just got rid of on buy item. Okay, so we also have to comment API middleware. This provides an item template depot to the middleware function that will get the item template depot. Note that the depot contains prototypes and is not a plain JavaScript object and shouldn't be persisted to Redux. It's okay to use it for just the duration of the action. Hey, Blu-ray King. Also, the reason why I think it's okay to provide item template depot to Redux, something like the arena, is because the item template depot may as well be a singleton. It just wraps some data in an easy to use way. There we go. See comments for that, because this is basically the same thing. Cool. Why do I have a Kappa clause on my desktop? I've had that since Christmas time, right? Twitch sent it to me, along with this hoodie, actually. The way that the item template depot eventually makes it to the action is via the request function, i.e. it's currently not possible to have an action that needs an item template depot but not the account server REST client. Great, so that's everything. Let's check linting. It's been a lot. Great. This involved a lot. Okay, so what we could look into now is what other code could I try to move over here? And eventually, yeah, higher order component for that stuff, that would be nice too. In fact, maybe that's a better idea to do for right now. Because originally we had this, hey Jeff, we had this pregame header higher order component, and we had these functions, but these functions weren't really usable. So open pack, I guess the first thing we need is this. This would need to be moved somewhere. This needs an item template depot. That's fine. I don't think this is too crazy. Let me take a look at one other thing. Yeah. 8 minutes left. What? No, there's an hour left. Of course. I'll be down here. Hi, Pearson. It's been quite a day. Don't leave us up here. So if I were to move this function somewhere, I'd move it to somewhere like this. Yeah, so I'd have it somewhere like in the inventory, and it would be something that needs to be dispatched. What are your thoughts on making this into an Internet of Things connected game with real robots? I've thought about this. I do not think it would be fun, and I don't think it would be feasible monetarily. So I think there are two major problems to overcome. I think if you were to have something like this as a board game, you'd probably want many robots, because I think what would be really cool is seeing a bunch of them doing what you set them out to do. And at that point, just how much money does it cost for you to get these bots, and what do they actually do? They'd probably have some wheels they could turn, and they'd have some lights and maybe a light sensor so they could figure out, they'd send messages to each other via IR or something. I have no idea. Anyway, I think it'd be really expensive. Does Botland have an NDA? I think my lawyer wrote up some boilerplate NDA stuff, and I figured I'm streaming all of this. I don't particularly care too much about what leaks. Idea-wise. Art-wise, I kind of cared, which is why art.bot.land isn't open to you guys. Speaking of which, are the new bots here yet? No, okay. Yeah, at some point there are going to be some new bots on here. So how would I do this? Well, this is exported from here. Can we just connect this? Oh man, if we could, then everything will just work. Oh, he does, Mitchell. Especially based on their dinners and how light they are. Okay, I want to test this. Test this out by exposing the buy item function to the pregame header. I'm not positive this is going to work, but we're going to try it. Import inventory, import star is inventory actions from, I don't even know where, up 1, up 2, actions, inventory. So up 1, up 2, actions, inventory. Then let's use testeroni : inventory actions dot buy item dot bind null 5. 5 is probably not going to work. Let's get Wasp Head 19. There. This might work. Okay, so next we include this to bankroll physical botland. I mean, step 1 was get money. Step 2 is, well, actually, step 1 is come up with a fun game idea for it. I mean, really, if you think about a board game like that, you're immediately targeting people probably who are 10 years or older. 10 years old or older. And the reason I say that is because I don't think kids younger than 10 would probably... Oh, I guess they could use Blockly. But still, I feel like kids younger than 10 probably wouldn't have the mental capacity to work with the game. And that's fine. You have board games that have a target audience of all adults anyway. And I don't know. Maybe there's a lot more. Hey, Weedley. Alright, I'll switch this to Esteroni. No, I think you'd probably control it through your phone, Vape. If I were making this into a board game, and you'd have the same Blockly interface that you have in the game right now. Oh, marketing? Yeah. Marketing is going to have to happen. Alright, so let's try this out. We need to include this free game. So I just need to wrap that component, which I could do pretty much anywhere, right? This came from a B-paste. I should probably find that B-paste. Forgot to rename the display name. Yeah, thanks, Weedley. I don't know if you saw the Minecraft stream. There were way fewer chickens without you there. I'm going to upload the screenshots at some point. I think I've got... let me take a look at this. There's a bunch of Hearthstone screenshots. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, there's a bunch of screenshots here from the Minecraft day. Botland in Minecraft. They're not that entertaining. Oh, hey, there's Adam Art. Why did I use JavaScript for this project? So I'll upload these at some point. That was the main point of that. I used JavaScript because I wanted there to be no friction in playing the game. So typically the game's online. Right now it isn't. But when it is online, you'll just go to a URL and there you're playing the game. Hit connect and you can just dive right in. As opposed to most games, you have to download them or install an app. Then you've got a whole inherent amount of trust in that game that they're not going to do anything crazy. So yeah, if you go to play.bot.land, the game server is not online right now, so you can't log in. But that's it. You just be in the game. You be playing. And I think that's most easily doable with JavaScript. So this comes from the higher order components. We want to put this in here, I think. So import this, which should be exported by default. It's not. I don't know where the default goes for this, but we'll see. Do you have a link to April Fools? Yeah, I do. I have a link to all of the April Fool's stuff. I think it was really just those two things. Okay, yeah, that's not right. Is that right? No, it's still not right. Can we just do this? Just make this a function. I don't even know why I'm doing this way. There we go. Cool. So this comes from higher order components. Hey Dan, I'm doing well. How about yourself? Wait, Mitchell, you haven't seen the stream? I think it was actually a really good stream. That's one of the few VODs I'll actually point people at and say you should watch this. I just linked it in chat. I don't know why I'm doing this, but yeah. Hey, Silence. You can't have to export on another line? Well, anyway, I figured this out. But yeah, I was... Anyway. I don't know what I'm saying here. Okay, so let's try this. So we want to wrap this thing. And this should work. Can't resolve what? Pre-game header hawk. Oh. I don't think Pro Sam was trolling and Perry. I think he was serious. I think that's why it's so funny. So we should get... This is... Oh, I always forget what this is. Connect, React, Redux, Connect. The second one is what? Map state to props, map dispatch. Where's the connect function? So we have null and then the second one. So map dispatch to props. Each function inside is assumed to be a Redux action creator. Perfect. So we'll just get that as this.props. So we should be able to try this. So let's do this. We'll say this.props dot buy item. No, dot testeroni. There. And let's put a breakpoint on this just before it. And this should purchase a wasp head for us. And if that works, then I think we're in really, really good shape. And we really have Hideo to thank for that. If it doesn't work, then we have Hideo to blame for that, and we're in bad shape. React is not defined. What? That's not right. What went wrong here? Oh, is it because I need this? What have you done? Hey, it works. Okay, so pressing this button should lower our bot coin from 919 to something less than that. That did not work. Wait a second, no, that didn't even attempt to work. What page did I do this on? No, something's wrong. Well, where is this called? Is this not even called? No, it is. It's right here. Cursor pointer shopping cart. So when you click this shopping cart... Aw, man. It should have broken in. Okay, so I don't understand this right now. If I get rid of this entirely, all it should do is break in. And it's not doing that. Yeah, no, something's wrong here. So, what is it? Change to store, shopping cart. All this stuff is right up here. If I change this to store 2, I can't imagine how else this could possibly work. Oh, that's how. Because it calls this.props. Well, well, well. Well-itty, well-itty, well-itty. Well, let's just have it called testeroni instead. Because, yeah, this isn't used anywhere. Also, this would help too. Yeah, probably would. Excuse me. It's always annoying when you try to clear your throat and you like somehow have hiccups at the same time. So it sounds like you're stuttering as you're trying to clear your throat. Put this there too. Okay, so I refresh the page and click the button. Oh, it worked. It worked. It worked. So let's take a look. How many do we have? We have 34. So if I go back here and I click this button a bunch of times, how many do we have now? 43. Perfect. Perfect. Great, it works. And it's super easy. So all the credit goes to Hideo. Let's just keep dumping points on Hideo. So what that means is that I need to just have these functions somewhere as action creators and I'm good to go. Can they all be put there? Open settings should be easy enough. Logging out will maybe be easy. We could always react to it later. Yeah. Wait, what, Mitchell? You should probably note that rebuy feature. I'm not sure what you mean by this. Hey, Soul Reaper. It's been going pretty well today. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean by rebuy feature. Like put rebuy under the cart picture when you click the cart. What are you talking about? It bought something multiple times? Yeah, I was just testing something. I'm not sure if you're asking for a rebuy feature eventually. All I was doing right now is I just want to see, can I call a function? And the most obvious function was buying an item. So I made it so that when you click this a whole bunch of times, it would act like you clicked this button. One of us is confused, that's for sure. Yeah, I had a bunch of these, and I got to figure out what they all were. Because I moved them, and I don't have them anymore here. So file bug for Botland. Move these to an action creator file. There's that one, there's open settings menu, there's logout, which really should be done, and I think is defined in all of these individually for some reason, window.alert. No, it's defined in here. Yeah, logout. And what's the last one? Oh, salvage pack stuff. So open pack, probably just open pack. Yeah, open salvage. And then include all of the above functions in pre-game header HOC. Wow. Wow. Oh, no, Mitchell. I see. Okay. Yeah, for future reference, by the way, you should just hop in at arbitrary points in the stream and assume everything I was doing for the rest of the stream and then form some opinions based on that. So let's say you see me click a button here. I'm going to stop this joke. I'm sorry. I really shouldn't be this snarky. All right, I'm going to use bathroom again for the second time in like 2 hours. I think my bladder's not used to my stream schedule again. TMI? All right, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Okay, so let's go make functions out of all these things. File bug for botland. Here it is. What does this do? Use the store. Oh, all this is window.open. Oh, this is going to be super easy then. I just don't know where to put this. Because we have a bunch of actions files. And you can see them all here. I don't think any of these would make sense for a file bug, would it? No, not really. Maybe there's like a miscellaneous actions. Oh, what are the other ones? Open settings menu. Maybe we just put these into like a pre-game or overall or... I don't know. Possible names, MISC, pre-game. Meta, probably just MISC. What languages? I'm just using JavaScript. MISC temp. There should be a refile button, Mitchell. Or when you press it, it just files the same bug that you just filed. All right, we're gonna just call it MISC for now. Is there somewhere I can go to read what this stream/game is about? First time here. Yeah, totally. And hey, Wes Brian. It is the FAQ page. And only JS? Yes, only JS. So we'll have file bug. We'll have a bunch of other things. Yeah, let's add this for right now. So file bug for botland. Do we even really need actions for this? We don't. Yeah, this doesn't dispatch anything to the store. Well, yeah, so this never interacts with... Oh, actually it has the get state. Why does it do that? Oh, so that you can get your ID, which may not exist at that time, except for that we only show the button when it does exist, I guess. Okay, that's fine. And then we'll use dispatch here. Put this here. Get rid of these things, client main, copy all of this out of here. File bug for botland needs to be removed from there eventually. And that's that, right? This changes to that. And then Bowser. Oh, that doesn't exist anymore. I think you dropped your mod sword and Barry. Okay, nice. So file bug for botland is now out of there. Let's get rid of it from all of these places. Because yeah, the header itself can now know that it's there. What did I call those? Miscellaneous actions? Okay, the ones we want are going to be MISC actions file bug for botland. Map dispatch to props. Let's do it this way. Who's the one with a 0? Oh, Endorn? Yeah, their names are kind of similar. They both have N's and zeros. So we'll have this, which means we can get rid of it from all of these other places. That one can stay there. Look at the inline linting, yeah. Great stuff, right? So we can get rid of this, this. This is its own separate, oh darn it. How are we going to do this? We need miscellaneous actions for this one to work. So in-game's going to have to change. These existed everywhere. Yeah, so in-game should change. Chat, do you see the Hack 2 video? So file bug for botland changes to this dot props dot, no it doesn't, this dot misc actions dot file bug for botland. Did I capitalize the L in that? I don't remember. Yeah, I did. Okay, so we should try this from everywhere. Just make sure it works. How long? Yeah, so EJ, I don't think I ever actually talked about this, but because I was blindfolded in that video, it took a long time to record that video. So memorizing the line, hang on a second. Okay, memorizing the lines, it's never that hard to do. It maybe takes like 10-15 minutes, but then reciting them without messing up at all, that's what took a long time. So there were many takes. And because I was wearing all that winter gear, it started to get hot. So at one point I had to go drink a bunch of ice water and cool off. Hey, Weasel Zone. I think our friend Vito was talking about you earlier. But I'm assuming there's a host associated with this, so thank you. And hey everyone from Weasel's stream. Oh, there it is. Yep. I figured. Yeah, so I'm sure you guys are curious about what's going on. I'll show you the game really fast. It's usually online and playable. It is not today. I'm working on a game called Botland. And in this game, you make bots. So here's some bots I've got. But I'll make a new one, and we'll show you this from scratch. So yeah, I'll make a new one here. We'll give it just something pretty simple. We'll put missiles and shield. And so here's my bot. If I were to put this down... Oh, Mario, thanks for resubbing. Hang on one sec. Not game in quotation marks. Yeah, 2 months, nice. Yeah, so if I put my bots down, my goal is to protect this, which is the CPU. So if I hit the test button, you see they're moving around, they're shielding, they're firing missiles. So that's great, but you're probably wondering, wait a second, how do you actually play this game though? Like, what did you just do? And this was an automatic defense that was produced for me, basically. So I could customize this if I want to. I could say something like this. I want to shield myself. I want to fire missiles if I can. And if I can't do that, let's actually move left. So this is not a good strategy. I'm just showing you how you can customize this. So they shield themselves when I hit the test button. They move left when they can't find anything. And if they can see something, they'll fire missiles. Missiles only have a range of 4, so that's why they couldn't hit those ones over there. Yeah, so you can customize your bots however you want. You can add whatever hardware you want up until you've got these 7 slots. You can customize their appearance too. You can attack other players and try to beat their defenses. And like I said, this is normally online. It's been in development for about a year and a half at this point. It's normally online. Today it wasn't because I've been on a burnout vacation for the last week where I was working too much, I feel. So yeah. So if you want to try it out, in about 17 hours you'll be able to play. What's the game called? It's called Botland. And yeah, attacking other players, I think only one player actually has a defense. So if I log in, it's kind of the same thing you just saw. You'll see what bots they have. These don't have anything on them. So I could put down anything and win. So I'll just put down a few bots and they'll eventually win. I'll speed this up a bit. So alright, I have been working on refactoring some stuff lately, and I'm just getting to this. So I fixed one of these, but I didn't test anything yet, so that's what I'm going to do now. Report bug. Oh great, it's broken. I wonder why. It's like it's not even a button anymore. What's with the lights in the background? Oh, when people follow, you get a link to control my lights. And yeah, so viewers change those throughout the day, and I just pretty much ignore them. Alright, let's see what's going on with that. File bug for Botland. Does this not exist or what? Let's take a look. Can you customize your bots? Yeah, you can. So I was just showing this off a little bit earlier, but you've got a bunch of different parts that you can use. And you can swap out head, torso, and foot however you want, and eventually color your bots as well. So you can make a lot of different bots. I think some of them, like this, looks fine. It might not be cool to you, but it at least looks like it could be a bot. Some of these look a little bit strange, and yeah, some of them are cool and look fun. So something like this, I don't know if you'd ever want this as a bot, but you can do it. Alright, see apples. Thanks for dropping in with the raid. So here, do I have a this.props.file bug for Botland? I do. So why doesn't that seem to work? Huh. Where did I define this? Right here. Because it shouldn't require me to do anything else here. I think it should know that it needs to be dispatched. Is there a campaign? No, there isn't. I don't think there's going to be single player for this game. Single player in this game doesn't make a whole lot of sense because you can literally copy paste other people's strategies. In other games, it's much harder to copy someone else's strategy. Like if you take Super Smash Bros. Melee and you say to someone, hey, here's everything you should do to kill everybody in the game. It'll be very hard for someone to do that. You need to learn techniques like wave dashing and L canceling and all this other stuff. In Botland, you literally hit Control-C and Control-V and you've got their strategy. In Joker, I notice you guys in chat. When it comes to lights, I don't really tend to notice that stuff. Hey, Rena. If I unfollow and follow, can I control lights? No, you shouldn't be able to, but you can always just buy another token if you want by typing !buy lights. By following, you get 15 points, and then you get 1 point every 10 minutes. So after like an hour and a half, you should be able to control them again. Of course, I'm only going to be streaming for another probably half hour. I just want to get this stuff done because it's been, 7.5 hours so far today. Okay, so button doesn't work. Does it work from any page? Let's go to the store page and take a look. It does work from the store page, so it doesn't work from the news page for some reason, which probably means I screwed up something on here. File bug. I didn't do anything special on here though. In the store page, I didn't do anything special either. Very strange. I wonder if this is themed correctly. Yeah, it's not disabled or anything. What happened to the rebuy card button? And hey, KJ Games. Okay, so it works from the store button. Does it work from the game? Yep. And it works from what? Editing a blueprint? Yeah, so the only place where it doesn't work is on the news page for some reason. I can't figure that out. Because I didn't do anything differently here. Unless this is different. File bug for... Let's search for this. Yeah, weird. There's nothing special about the news page. This is actually a 12-button mouse. And it's super nice. If you ever see me moving windows around, page up, page down, switching between tabs, like I don't need to touch my keyboard for any of that stuff, which is really nice. Should I relink my previous link? Or did I miss something from you, Hideo? Oh, the specs or something? I'm probably missing something. Did you see index 0 suggestion? You have this dot props and it shouldn't be? Is that right? It should be though. Because, like I said, for one, it's working from most pages. Like, there's no difference between this header. On the store page, it works. On the news page, it doesn't. Nothing's changing about the header though. And let's do this. Let's do console.log this.props.file bug for botnet. Yeah, it's defined. But clicking the button does nothing. Oh, the is required? Yeah, but it should be passed in. There should be no other way to create this thing. Hang on a second. Where's that? Report bug? That should only be coming from, yeah, 2 places. And it is only coming from 2 places. Can you report a bug about the bug button being wrong? Yeah, you can't because the button's not working. That's the one feature that's immune to bug reports. Alright, so React prop types. I've never really specified these. Where is it? Bound misc actions is for in-game, and in-game is actually working. Oh yeah, no, I am standing up. Which is why you see me shuffling around a lot, which is part of the reason why I'm standing up, is so that I shuffle around. Better to be moving than static all day. Type checking, here it is. So where do we put this? Just do dot prop type somewhere? Can we put this directly into... well, shouldn't matter too much. So let's do this then. Prop types in your React version. So what we'll do is take this required function, and prop types comes from React. I hope that works. Cannot read create element of undefined. What? Maybe this is what was going wrong. Because I don't see anything about prop types in here. Oh wait, no, it means that React doesn't exist. A blank room with just the lights at the back, and we can only see half of the blank room. This is a bedroom that I'm streaming from. There's a bed back there. Oh, React prop types, got it. Okay. I don't know what you mean by blank room, NZ Michael. Okay, so any prop type errors? No. Yeah, it's just, I don't know when this was working, if ever, but it looks like I can't even click this button, which I still don't understand why exactly. This thing should never be disabled. And it has no code to make it be disabled. Let's try something really, really simple here. Let's get rid of this and just replace it with window.alert hello world. Because I have a feeling I can't even click this button and I don't know why. Hey, the mushmouth. Yeah, I can't click this button. So that means something's probably covering it. Oh, that's what's covering it. Okay, well, that answers that question. Great, cool. So we just need to fix that part. So this div is going over the top of everything. Because why? Does this have... No, weird. Oh, I think I know why. It was given an inline style with a height, probably. No, that doesn't... Oh, no, it's transform. That's why. Drat. Hey, Tears of Guthix. Aw, man. Can you tell us the most random fact you know? I wonder what constitutes a random fact, because I could tell you something like bananas are typically yellow, and that would be a random fact, right? So the reason why I even did this in the first place, giving this thing a translate of -8, is so that everything would be positioned a little bit higher on the page. I could do this a different way, but I think we'll probably just... No, I'll just write this as a bug for right now. So we'll just write this under the bugs list. Bug, you can't click report bug on the news page because the avatar container has a translate that moves it up 8% on the page. What style is this coming from? News avatar container. Dot news avatar container. Just change the Z index of the button. Oh yeah, I would, when I get to solving this, that's one possible thing I could do. I could try to restyle this. I will write this down though. Consider just changing the Z index on the pregame header so that it's always on top. But I don't want to deal with that right now because I want to finish the thing I'd set out to do. Okay, so next up is open settings menu, which right now doesn't do anything. There are no settings, so it just says I never coded this. But that's fine. We're going to get rid of that. I never coded this. Rather, we're going to move it to a different place. It's still going to be there. I never coded that either, apparently. So this is coming from main. Yeah, this should be in a totally different spot. So we'll put this in action misc. Get rid of that. Export function. Open settings menu. I never coded this. We'll still be there. It doesn't dispatch anything though. That's probably okay. So now we go into setup React, open settings menu, get rid of all of these. So it's an avatar, store, and news. So now if we go to pregame header, higher order component, we do the same thing here. And then get rid of it from main, which I already did get rid of it. Hey, Haza. Is the game out on Steam or on some CDs? It's only on floppy disks right now. But it only takes 2 shipping orders to fit them into a standard sized shipping box. So we can just get that down to 1 box in the future. I think shipping will be fine for this game. Immediately thought of Austin Power. Tell me something I don't know. I don't think I've seen that whole movie. And future Adam has to deal with what's a relatively minor bug when it comes down to it. So this should be done. Let's try it out. It might break for some minor reason, which we'll soon discover. Yeah, I figured. There is no action that's dispatched. So it's technically not something that should even be in action yet. So I guess in pregame header, oh, we can't. Yeah, we need to change it here. open settings menu. This would just change to this. Window.alert. I never coded a settings menu yet. I should say I haven't coded a settings menu yet. So there's that, and that means we can get rid of it even from here. Open settings menu's gone. And we get rid of this too. Pretty close to banning you. I suggest you read the FAQ. I don't mind asking questions, and I don't even mind the questions you've been asking in particular, but I feel like the intent behind them is more to sidetrack me than to get answers to questions. So in general, I don't like that in chat, Flame. Yeah, Michael, there's a lot of theming I'm still going to have to do, a lot of polish work. I think there's still several months before beta is going to be released. And I haven't been publicizing the game other than through Twitch, which really is, it's only online when I'm online. Sometimes it's not even online then. So open salvage is the last thing I'm going to have to do here. Am I mad at you? I'm not mad at you. Like I said, I think there's a certain amount of moderation in chat that has to happen. I don't think it has to be born out of anger. No, Mitchell, you're fine. I don't usually just ban people unless they're very obviously trolling. Usually I'll warn them. I have a feeling Flame is trying to troll me, and I'm okay with a minor amount of trolling, but like I said, I also need to get work done at some point, so I can't completely sidetrack myself all the time. So these are working. The only thing that isn't is open pack. This is technically buy pack, and while it is working, there's no open pack. But it should be simple enough to move buy pack wherever that is. Buy salvage, what's it called? Purchase salvage? I think it's called purchase. Yeah, there it is. And it's in 5 places. Wow. Well, no need for that. Purchase salvage pack. What do we have here? So we'll call out to the account server, call out to the account server again, dispatch a couple of things. Yeah, should be pretty easy to move. Hey, Goggles. So where should this go? Probably into actions salvage. Yeah. Boop. All right, I'll purge you for a minute. Apparently 80 seconds. I'm not going to link the FAQ to you a third time. And the next time I'll just ban you. I mean, I see stuff about your account. It's brand new. You're not following anybody. I assume you came here from Weasel's channel. I don't know if you were trolling him too, but I obviously don't have anything against purging or banning people. Alright, so purchase salvage pack should go here. We got to be a little bit careful about how we do this. It's going well, Goggles. Last week, I don't know if you read the today command that I have, but I mentioned this burnout doc here. Last week was pretty bad. I started streaming on Monday and I got to 6 hours and I stopped it. And then I started streaming on Tuesday and I got to 2 hours and I stopped it. And I didn't stream the rest of the week. And I just took all of that time off. Other than maybe an hour, I did some work for that. But now I feel like I'm back in business. I hope things will be okay. So purchase salvage pack. This has to follow the pattern of buy item that we had. Not because they're both purchasing functions, but because that's the only other place where I implemented the pattern I need. So we don't really need any of this stuff here. So let's go take a look at buy item. We just want to copy paste this for right now. And we'll just put it here. So this needs the item template depot probably. No, it doesn't even need that. So I guess we can get rid of this stuff. We have buy item request. I don't really think we need any of this stuff, but fine. So this will be purchase salvage request. Then success and failure. And then all of these things will change to that. Purchase salvage. Then this is the function that I need to use. So let's take a look. Buy salvage pack, no argument. Then when we're done buying a salvage pack, we take all of this stuff there. Recently burned out on a 5-month project, so I switched, and within days I reused and reworked some of the framework. Yeah, I think I've burned out on projects before too, and sometimes that just means that I never touch them again. But I don't want Botland to be one of those projects. I want to complete Botland. Okay, so here we're going to do the same general thing, return params. Got it. Do we have constants here? Of course not. Burn out on the language too quickly? Huh. Doop. That was the band sound. Okay, so next we've got these working fine, cool. So then the next part of this is here. Great. Store.dispatch, change it to just dispatch. Same thing with this. Modal actions, inventory actions, salvage actions. We're gonna need inventory and modal. So there's modal. We also need inventory. Great. And that should be it. So let's delete all of this stuff. And probably just space this out a little bit differently. There you go. You hate when streamers give you mod based on the one stream you're modded? I actually haven't modded new people in a long time, and I don't think it's going to happen because I don't think there's typically a moderation issue in the stream. And yeah, Stage Zero, it generally is. It all depends though. The one code I don't like deleting is code that had a purpose and the requirements changed. So a contrived example is you're making a car and you write a bunch of functions about a car, and then all of a sudden your manager tells you, oh, by the way, it needs to be for a plane now, not for a car. You're like, but I wrote all this great code, and you got to delete it, and it still works. Oh, thanks, Popa Joe. Okay, I think this is it. I think this is all I need to do. So next we put this into the pregame header. Purchase salvage pack comes from salvage actions. So that'll get used here. And we probably put this into here too. Great, so purchase salvage. All right, I'm just gonna take a quick look through this. This can all go away. Cool. And then it should be gone from pretty much everywhere. Yeah, nice. Nice, let's try it out. Syntax error. Okay, well that didn't work. Oh, whoops, I must have deleted an angle bracket that I needed in here somewhere. Diff current. Did I? I'm pretty sure that's the case. Yep, there it is. Whoops. It's right above login. So we'll just go put that right above login. Band sound. Alright, so we click this button. Hey, it works. Cool. So we should be able to click this button from every... Wait, why did that fail? Did I run out of money? Did I? Not enough money. Wow. I didn't think that was possible. Okay, so update users set sudo money equals 1e6. We'll never run out of money again. So I should be able to click this button all I want. Perfect. So it should work from 5 different places. We need to go test all 5. One of them is news. One of them is avatar. So let's go to the avatar page. It works. One of them is the store. It works. One of them is who knows what. Edit script, that doesn't even exist anymore. And at least, what is the last one? I don't think this shows up anywhere else. That's probably it. Okay, cool. Well, we're done with that. This is purchase salvage pack. I'm allowed to cheat on localhost at least. You want this game to come out on Steam? I'll probably release it on Steam, but it's going to be self-published on AWS. Also, let me change this. I know you guys can control my lights, but that works better when there's actually daylight. So, KJ Games, if you come back tomorrow at the same time, the game should be online and playable. If you came back tomorrow at the same time plus 2 hours, it won't be online. So it's only online when I'm streaming. And eventually, when hopefully the game is making some money, I can keep it online all the time. Yeah, Hideo, I think this is good, and it does 2 things that I wanted to do. One is remove duplicate code, and the other is move code out of main. So I got rid of 1, 2, 3, 4 functions out of here for a total of 65 lines of code that are now gone. So that's pretty good. Of course, they're mostly moved lines of code, which I still think is fine. And actually, we tested the error case there too, of not being able to buy salvage, which is nice because I didn't intend to test that, but I just didn't have money. Thanks for backing me up. What's my favorite color? Probably red. I think, how did this happen? Somehow my wife and I were talking about this the other night, and I said my favorite colors are red, green, blue, and purple. And she laughed at me because I don't think she heard me pluralize color. Alright, so that's good, and this is good. So we can finally check this stuff in. We don't need this stuff though. Mitchell, that's not funny. I said that with a half smile on my face. I've already screwed up. What's your favorite dinner? So speaking literally of actual dinners, I think spaghetti and meatballs is actually pretty good. But it's gotta be the right sauce, it's gotta be the right meatballs. Otherwise maybe tacos. Does the game cost money? It doesn't cost money now, and it won't cost money ever. You'll be able to spend money if you want to in typical free-to-play fashion, but in atypical free-to-play fashion, it should not be a pay-to-win game. Meatball tacos, though. I mean, isn't that... I don't know. I don't know what I think about that. Yeah, so you're able to buy stuff in the game, and you're able to upgrade your defense, which you'll also be able to pay to just upgrade. But leveling up in the game doesn't actually give you more relative power. So for example, what was it? Oblivion, the Elder Scrolls game. If you level up in that game, so do all of the enemies in the game. So it's as though you didn't level up. It's kind of like that in Botland. Spaghetti with no sauce, 10/10. No, thank you. Alright, I did look through this stuff already. Have you signed up for an LLC or anything like that? Yeah. I have. I did that almost 2 years ago, actually. God, what a waste of money that's been so far. I had to pay for a lot of different things, the most recent being to reinstate my business because I apparently never updated my address with Washington State. So they sent the "you need to reinstate your business" form to my last address, and I didn't get it, and the price just keeps going up until your business is no longer a business. So I had to pay that money. That was annoying. And Marcos, I didn't actually really play Oblivion. I just know that was a leveling system. But what I'm saying for Botland is you get a feeling of more power without actually being more powerful than other players who attack you. So I'll show you briefly how this works. Let me update my computer. So, okay, you can see right now I've got 9 bots. And if I were to attack this player, let me show you how this works. So if I attack this player, it shows that I can place 0. I'm at 0 of 3, and at total I can place is at 8. So if I place some bots, you can see these bars fill up and blah, blah, blah. I can fight and okay, cool. So I end up winning with just these 3 bots. Maybe my strategy was really good or something like that. Now I'm going to update it so that I'm level 10, and you'll be able to see what happens. Update users, set computer level equals 10 where ID equals 1. So now we refresh this page. We're level 10 now. So when I log in, you can see that my arena got bigger, and I can place 18 bots now. So I'm going to clear all of these, and I'm going to make a really silly bot, just lasers, and that's it. And I'll just put a bunch of these down. So I can place a lot of bots, and I can also place more chips. So I can put something like haste 5 times on here. So you get a lot more options for what strategies you want. And I'll save this defense. And now when I attack this player, you'll see I can place 7 bots for a total of up to 19. So the attackers scale with the defender's level. So now if I were to put down a reflect bot here and create a new script really fast, I will do reflect and fire laser. Actually, I'll just say figure it out for me after that. So here's my really simple script. Reflect and then figure out the rest for me. I create this and I put down a bunch of bots. And commence. Whoops, sorry, I was still in super speed. But yeah. So the attacker still won. It's not like being level 10 just made you infinitely more powerful. It just gave you a lot more options. So will there be ranked and unranked gameplay with leagues? I don't know about leagues yet, and I'm not totally sure about unranked gameplay. It should be easy enough to do, but right now there's only ranked gameplay. The matchmaker keeps track of what your skill level is and who you should play against. So in this case, there are only 2 players. So yes, my skill level is 956 and theirs is only 712, but they're the only 2 players in the game, so they have to get paired with each other. What else? Oh, I see, Marcos. Yeah, and I think that would be frustrating for me. Well, especially in an RPG. I think one of the mainstays of a lot of RPGs is that if you're having trouble, just grind and you won't have trouble anymore. Can we play the game at the moment? You'll be able to in 16 hours, but today I didn't happen to upload the game. It's been online for a lot of other days. If you type this command, you'll see the changes list. So the last time it was online was the 10th, so a week ago, and you can look at all the changes that have happened. It's been online on and off since Halloween of last year. And actually, there is a version that's online right now, but it's super old and you can't actually play it because there's no way to register for the game. I don't even have a password for this. I know it filled in a password for me, but if I click connect, it's not going to do anything. User does not exist. Okay, so refactor pregame header. I previously passed in the same 3 to 4 functions almost everywhere from setup React, so that, well, for each container component from setup React, so that you could log out, buy salvage packs, etc. I am now using a higher order component to wrap that functionality as an added benefit, this moves the code out of main.js. When you plan on adding weapon designs to these bots, I'm not sure. It's not a crucial feature, but it is something that's going to look really good once it's done. And we have the weapon graphics. It's just a matter of setting everything up correctly. We have most of the weapon graphics. We're also starting to get some sound effects in. So each month you come back to the stream, I think you'll see that the game is going to have very visible progress. Whereas there were some months where, like 4 months at a time, I was working on DevOps. If you came to the stream in January of last year and in May of last year, you probably wouldn't have noticed a single difference, because that's when I was working on the infrastructure for all of this stuff. And yeah, it was just a lot of work to not have any visibility into it. But yeah, I think in the coming months you'll see a lot of stuff change, or you'll hear a lot of stuff change. There'll be a week probably where we work on audio. All right, so this is done. Great, great, great. So I never got to the part where we tried using Pixie in the OpenSalvage UI. We never actually did that. But this should still happen. I should write this on the refactoring list, get the front end working again. I mean, most of this is working. I would probably just write these things. Front end salvage UI work. Opening a packer version. There we go. I think you should do something like Valve, so you make crates to open with keys and get skins, or just buy skins at the market or a website. I don't know how I feel about like buying them from another website. I don't know if you looked at that monetization doc, but one of the things that I've been talking about is salvage packs. The way that these work is it generates a head, a torso, and a foot for you. So you might get this, for example. You get the mantis head, the crabby torso, and the bat foot. Or you get this one, or you get this one. And these just go into your inventory, and you're able to use them if you have enough of them. So for example, I have one Quetzal head, so I can put this over here, and you see that take effect, and I can place these bots if I want. But now I can't put it on this one because it's in use already. So when you open up another couple packs, maybe you open up a bunch of these, and you got another one of those, and now you can put it on this one too. And great. So yeah, there is already the concept of getting cosmetic items like that. You can buy different hardware items. You can eventually change your colors. There's a lot of that's already been decided, and I don't know if really any of that's going to change for a while. I'll have to see. Okay, good, Mitchell. Wait, why is that a not like this, Hideo? Is that not a good idea? Bala and Lotto. Yeah, okay. So I've been online for 8 hours and 10 minutes. It's been a good return to streaming. Thank you guys for watching. I'm going to get going, and I'll be back online tomorrow for another 8 hours. If you enjoyed watching, click follow. I never say that. Why did that come out of my mouth? Weird. Okay, and I'm gonna do what I know some people don't like and host a very well-established streamer, Savich. So he's playing Hearthstone. He's who I watch on my lunch breaks. And now you guys are going to watch him. So yeah, thanks for watching, guys. See you tomorrow. Take care.